Right, good excuse me, evening everybody. And how are we all doing on this fine wintry Sunday evening in late November? And yes, it is time to get back to the visual novel that is The Letter. So, good evening everyone. We are back in spooky reading time, where the spookiest thing might be how quiet the chat is, which is pretty scary in itself as a streamer, let's be honest. So, I've been away from this game for what feels like a week. I think it's been about a week since I last played this, maybe a bit longer. Getting too involved with that, pokery stuff and that Doom stuff that you all want to see more of. So, last time around we played read the perspective of Marianne, who decided to kill herself after seeing her friend in a mirror in the mansion, a home of the rich couple. So one character is confirmed dead, and tonight we will be playing the perspective of the fifth character in the series, which is Becca. But I'm just going to say this at the beginning of two things I gotta say before I start the stream tonight. One is that I am not going to be playing 100% of this game. I'm basically going to achieve one ending, and then I'm going to end my playthrough. I might play the rest of this off stream if I feel like it, but honestly, I think, unlike with Zero Escape, where I was very highly invested and kind of felt it was more beneficial to the playthrough to do everything, this time I don't feel the same way. I feel like I will settle for one ending and that will be it. If I want to get everything else, I'll do it at my own time, because you all are mainly here for the games, and I've put you through enough of the rigmarole with the Zero Escape series. At least you could argue both those games had a bit more gameplay to them. Not that this is bad. I do like the story and stuff, the weather. It's just not the kind of game that's really a thing for this channel. The other thing I need to mention is that I have gone in for a PCR test today. One of the kids at my job had a positive test yesterday, confirmed, so they're out for 10 days. And I had to have one today. I have to say I don't feel 100% great, but I'm sure I'll be fine. Fingers crossed. I mean, I've had to do this twice this year, in this term, in this academic year, and twice I've managed to avoid contacting coronavirus, so hopefully third time's a charm, I'll be just fine. But it is obviously, this is the closest I may come due to the proximity of contact to the person that did have it, In the other two I was a bit separated, this one I was not. So, there is that. Needless to say, if you suddenly see an increase in streams in the next 2 weeks, you'll know why. Anyway, let's get back to this, shall we? So, yeah, so there's that. And we are now playing as Becca, and we've already done something with Ash, apparently. Negative. Ouch. So, we're now playing as Becca's perspective. I have a feeling that once we go through all 7 characters one time, we'll get an ending. And then the different endings will come from taking different choices and paths and so forth. But we'll see. I don't actually know. I've not taken a look at the thingy tree yet. It's still suggesting not to look at it. So we'll stick with that. So we're now playing as Becca, our 5th character perspective of the visual novel. This is how it begins, or so they say, with a gentle wind drifting through wide open windows, muffled laughters and footsteps fading behind empty hallways, and the light kiss of the afternoon sun. Soon there will be a call, a crossing of thresholds into the unknown. Maybe we are off to some grand adventure, or diving into another gripping mystery. One can't really tell. For all I know, a hero might even come sweep me off my feet if I'm lucky.
That's not exactly a bad thing when you think about it.
But this is far from one, isn't it? A riveting tale, that is. The mild breeze, the faint murmurs, the warm rays painting every nook and cranny a fiery hue, they are all as real as they can get. As much as I want to write a little tale out of this, I'm far from someone who can. Fleeting fancies. My throat is really killing me tonight. A little bit. That's what these are. Merely passing thoughts to occupy an idle mind while waiting for another busy workday to end. Then again, maybe in another life I am one. Who knows? But at present, what I have and what I've chosen to be, well...
I won't last years here if I find teaching rowdy adolescents a tedious job, will I?
Admittedly, the whole affair isn't exactly as grand or exciting as I had imagined as a child. If I weren't so stubborn and too passionate about the whole idea, I probably would have quit a long time ago. But it's always the kids that make it worthwhile, isn't it? As if in agreement, as soon as my pen slides into a neat circle against the papers I'm grading, the final bell rings. Like a dam that has opened, students begin piling out into the hallway soon after. For a short minute, I let the noise fill my ears, let my mind wander to a place far removed from all the hubbub. Solitary moments like this have come few and far between lately. Even my own home hasn't been as quiet as usual as I'd prefer. Though in hindsight, the entire place hasn't been the same either, since Isabella moved in next door. And if her fussing over a minor cold last week tells anything, I might as well throw any idea of solitude out the nearest balcony, as long as she was nearby. At the memory, my eyes automatically shift over the bottle sitting at the edge of my desk. A chuckle escapes from me as I reach for it.
A little ball of energy and enthusiasm. That big baby.
Mother Hen, she calls me, and then says and does the same thing right after. It's not that I'm unused to being on the receiving end of other people's worries, or I feel any sort of apprehension over her fretting. If I am to be completely honest, it's actually amusing how someone can be childlike one minute and act like a responsible adult the next. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is set after Isabella's scene, probably the very beginning of this playthrough, where she was talking with her in the school and she was worried about her cold. So we're getting her side of the tale now. But there's a dissonance there, both in her actions and words. Although she may not look like it, may not say anything, may not lose her cheer, one way or another, I know these troubles have weighed down her lately. Her face says it all, that big numpty. If she thinks I won't notice, she's got another thing coming for her. That's how she has always been. I do understand that part loud and clear. It's just that I'd really rather not pass another burden on to her.
Or become one myself.
Aren't I supposed to be the one taking care of them? Well, I guess that's simply one of those things people eventually go away from once you all started leading different lives. Not completely different, I hope. Somehow that thought makes me feel uneasy. Thankfully, before stranger ideas can take root in my head, a faint buzzing comes from my bag, cutting through the rest of my thoughts. A small frown forms in my lips when the screen lights up and an unknown number flashes. For a long second, my thumb hovers over the answer button. Even the voice that responds once I do accept the call is wholly unfamiliar.
Hello?
Oh, goodness. Finally, it connects. Hello? Is this Miss Gales? Rebecca Gales?
Yes, Yes, speaking. Who is this?
Oh, sorry. Rose Cooper. Briar Realty Corporation.
Briar Realty?
My frown deepens as I strain my chair. Something in her tone, despite sounding remarkably friendly and light, doesn't sit quite well with me. The rigid pause that follows doesn't help ease the tension as the sun we descended either.
Miss Cooper?
Yes. Things are a bit busy on my end. I apologize. I'm not certain if Isabella has mentioned anything before, but we're working together on a property at the moment, and...
The Armengard Mansion, yes. She said something about that earlier. Is there a problem?
This is about Isabella, actually.
She wastes no time relaying everything. The details she provided me are admittingly a bit vague, but enough for me to get a gist of what happened. It isn't the bad sort I'm expecting, though still worrying. Especially with words panic attack and pale looking a bit sickly woven together in one foreboding sentence. But as quickly as it surfaces, I stomped down on the urge to demand answers right there and then. Now isn't the proper time for useless questions. I'll find out soon enough regardless. To Miss Cooper's credit, she neither hesitates nor falters all throughout. There's some sort of comfort in knowing Isabella has someone like her to guide her, though not as much as I would have liked. After all, this is Isabella we're talking about. Rather chances she just said a bunch of excuses so she won't get sent home. High. Very high. Oh, she is so going to hear it this time.
You were listed as one of her emergency contacts, so I thought it'd be best you know about this.
How is she? Is she doing okay?
I had her take a break for now, but honestly, I'd feel better if someone would pick her up and take her home for some rest. Anthem's a fair distance from Luxborn. I really don't want her going off on her own. I'd do it myself, but you know how it is today. Big day. People everywhere until the open house ends. I'm really sorry to ask this of you, Miss Gales. I know you're busy.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was just about to leave from work. I hope to leave early today anyway. A few minutes ahead wouldn't hurt. I can be there in a few, 30, 40 minutes tops. Is that all right?
More than fine, Miss Gales, thank you. We're supposed to be here until... Oh, excuse me. One moment, please. Yes, ma'am.
The faint hum of conversation echoes from her head. It sounds as though the place is buzzing with more people than you expect from a regular open house. I was skeptical at first. The house is old, not to mention its inconvenient location in Ruxburn's outskirts. Who wants to live in a place almost an hour's drive away from the comfort of a city? You'd be surprised. But from what little I can hear, it appears Isabel has every right to be optimistic about this sale. If I didn't understand why she was so adamant refusing my offer of help before, I think I do now. To some degree.
We'll be resuming the tour soon. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. I really need to get this thing going. Lord knows how I'll salvage the situation here. It shouldn't be anything complicated, but still, clients. They can be difficult when they want to be. Anyway, just look for me when you get here, alright? That shouldn't be too hard to miss.
No problem. Thanks for letting me know about this. Just make sure Isabella stays put, please. Heaven knows how stubborn that girl can be.
Oh, believe me, I know. Don't worry about it. I'll have a few of our staff keep an eye on her for me until you get here.
That's all I'm asking. I appreciate it.
The whole thing ends on a surprisingly pleasant note. If only the same could be said for the news she brought. I allow a brief minute to pass to ease whatever tension has waxed itself firmly to my nerves, but no matter how much I wish for it, my mind stubbornly refuses to do so. My hands are unsteady against the papers I pretend to arrange after. Lucid thoughts, every single ounce of it grimmer than the other, grows with each passing second I linger. Something about this whole thing, along with the sun unease and nagging worry, screams off. Wrong. This isn't the riveting tale I'd hoped to step into today. Even on a rush, getting everything in order before leaving takes a nearly good quarter hour. By the time I make it out of the classroom, the commotion has already died down, dwindling to mere echoes and distant laughters. From the nearby room, melodies from a rehearsing band drifts freely in the air, filling the almost empty hallway with their warm, lively tunes. Any other day I'll stop, bask in the music, and enjoy what little peace it brings. Not today, however. My steps are brisk and sure as I march to Edgewood Hall's exit. The sooner I confirm Isabella's okay, the sooner I can shake off this niggling feeling. For one reason or for another, that single call, of all possible things, has thrown everything off kilter. I'd rather this be over with as quickly as possible. So much that I nearly bow over a student in my haste, though perhaps really it's really the other way round. When I looked down, a set of eyes, bright and hopeful, stood back at me. Her arms are wrapped around my waist like a vice, and at my attention, a grin spins over her face.
Buenas tardes, Miss Pink.
Hello, Kylie.
Oh.
You know, you aren't supposed to run into people like that.
Sorry, Miss Pink.
Oh wait, it's that little girl that Zach talked to in the park that one time. She loosens her hold on me, but not a hint of guilt or regret appears on her. If anything, it seems the remark only amused her. A smile appears on my face before I can help it, matching the one on her own.
Just remember not to do it again, all right? You could get hurt.
You sound like my mama when she's scolding Rowan, Miss Pink.
I'm sure your mama only means well. I know she'll be worried sick if one of you were to get hurt. Where's your brother anyway? Aren't you two supposed to be heading home now?
Rowan said he's got some stuff he needs to do before we go. I think he's taking too long. But he promised to buy me jelly babies today, if I keep what he's doing a secret from Mama and Papa.
Any chance you'll tell Miss Pink about it?
She shakes her head, both her hands going to her mouth as if to keep a precious secret from spilling out.
I made a promise. He said it's for Tia Luke.
Oh, something like a gift?
Like a deal. Tio promised to take him somewhere cool when he's old enough. Rowan's gonna prove he's a grown-up.
Laughter slips free from my lips. The teacher in me wants to give whoever this Tio is a reprimand for bringing about this kind of behaviour in children. But if both Suarez kids are so fond of him, there shouldn't be anything to worry about, yes? At any rate, they're nothing but well behaved, both Kylie and her brother. Rowan, the eldest, may have an occasional odd streak in and out of class, but their parents taught them well. I see no reason to cast any suspicion of bad behaviour on them.
As long as it isn't anything dangerous, all right?
It's not. Cross my heart. My drawings are a lot prettier than what he's doing anyway. Tio said so. Do you want to see? I drew one earlier at class.
Is that why you're here?
Not really. I was gonna show it to my friend first. But since it's you, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you see it before she does.
Oh no. I can't stay right now, Kylie.
Her face falls immediately after the words are out. A small part of me feels responsible for that crestfallen look. But as much as I want to stay a little longer, there's another place I need to be at right now. And frankly another child to look after. Taking both of her hands, I kneel in front of her and muster the most rueful smile I can give. At her age, I'm quite sure she already understands what I'm about to say before they're even out. But remarkably, she doesn't look away or pout as I'm expecting her to.
I'm sorry. You know what? Rowan has a class with me on Monday around this time. Why don't you drop by again next week? After class? I'll even make sure to wait for you. It's just that I absolutely must leave now. My friend had an accident earlier, and I'm the only one she has here.
What about her mama and papa?
Her family lives really far from here, I'm afraid. Do you remember where Asia is? The southeast part? That's where they are.
Her eyes immediately light up at my question. Just like that, I know I've earned the girl's forgiveness.
Oh, just like Takako.
Who?
My friend. She said she used to live there, only just a little higher than southeast. But she hasn't come home in a long time, so she doesn't remember much about it anymore. Melody says it's weird I talked to her, but I think she's just shy. They could be good friends too! Don't you think so, Miss Pink?
Maybe if you introduce them properly, they will be.
It's nice for her to have a friend
That's what I think. Takako's just lonely. If she makes more friends, she won't be anymore. Is your friend like that too?
A little, possibly. To be honest, sometimes I can't tell with her.
After all, Isabel has always been the kind to hold a smile, even when things have taken a turn for the worse. 5 years and one will think it's enough time to know a person, but when you consider it, come to think of it, all these years I've never, not even once, seen her cry. Not only not over a trivial matter or even when things are tough.
Okay, you can go to her. I'll just show you my drawing next time.
Thank you. Remind me to buy you a huge glass of parfait, all right?
No, I'll get a stomachache. Takako says so.
Takako.
A small one
Catchy
is okay.
name, huh?
I'll remember that. Say hi to your friend for me.
I will. I'm sure she'd love to meet you too. See you, Miss Pink.
I'll see you later, Kylie.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling
She doesn't
down.
look back or wait for any sort of
London
goodbye
Bridge
from
is
me.
falling
With a
down.
song and an extra spring in her
My
steps,
fair lady.
she bounds across the corridor with as much spirit only a child her age can have. As if the conversation has never taken any downhill turn for her at all. As if there isn't a single thing to worry about in the world. Not long after, she disappears behind a door, leaving behind strains of an old familiar rhyme lingering in the air. Carefree, unbidden, untroubled moments like this. I envy her. And as I resume my hurried pace, a tiny whisper at the back of my mind wishes the same can be said of myself and my own worries. Ah, that's a nice hook. Alright. Wuxborn may be a small city, but it's no stranger to hellish rush hour traffic. But surprisingly, getting out of the city today proves more of a breeze than a hassle. A relief, considering how none of my calls to Isabella have made it through. Either the reception's really bad over there, it is, or she's ignoring them on purpose. Both does nothing to ease the disquiet in me. The rest of my drive passes without much incident as soon as I'm out the busy streets. In less than 30 minutes, the mansion looms ahead of me. For all the fuss Isabella made about the house, it remains a thing of beauty. Unlike Wuxborn, the estate in the nearby Answan village stand at its complete opposite, living and breathing the songs of the old, whispers of a once booming haven lingering in the air. Contemporary conveniences aside, it's a place I'm glad modernization hasn't wholly touched.
It's just a shame the locals know more of the silly hearsay than the history itself. If I could only knock some sense into these people.
Sadly, complaining is all I can afford to do. As much as I want to give them a piece of my mind, it isn't why I'm here. I don't think these rich types will appreciate getting a lecture from me either. I have as much business with them as they have with me. With a heavy sigh, I give myself one last second to take in the scenery before heading up the main entrance. Most of the guests are already heading out. Though some still linger, it's mainly just to take photos of the house's facade or its various rooms. I pause for a moment, scanning the small crowd gathered at the foyer, looking for any sign of that familiar ponytail among the sea of hats and heads.
No sign of her.
No sign of the other staff or Miss Cooper either. I could certainly look for Isabella on my own, but in a place this big, I'd be lucky if I didn't end up lost or find her before we need to meet with Zachary and Ash tonight. Sighing, I reach for my mobile and redial a number, the gesture familiar now after so many attempts earlier. If she doesn't answer, I can still try contacting Miss Cooper. I just hope the network reception will cooperate this time. This side of the county has never been popular with the tech savvy, after all. To my relief, it only took 3 unsuccessful tries. At the 4th one, right as it's about to switch to another intercept message, the line finally rings. Silence falls while I wait for her to pick up, the ringing going far too long for my tastes. By now, most of the visitors have already cleared out. All I have for company are the faint murmurs and an eerie calmness left in their wake. A sudden hush settles and gives way to noises louder than they're ever meant to be. Doors creaking and slamming shut in some distant part of the mansion, floorboards groaning under the sheer weight of the house's history. In the now empty hall, they all reverberate with special clarity against the walls. Like this old story seemed to almost have a ring of truth to it. I don't get to stray that far into that ugly line of thought, however. Not a second later, a quick sound from the other end.
Hello? Isabella? Miss Cooper called earlier and... Isabella? Belle? Are you alright?
Without any warning, the call gets cut off. Busy notes chirp, shortly against the heavy silence. But above the noise cutting through the mute air remains the faint cries of a woman from beyond the foyer. My hand falls to my side as I cast a weary look around, looking for someone to come running. Surely I can't be the only one here hearing this. There must still be some staff hanging around, checking things out. But no one does. Not even when their sobs turn more frantic in anguish.
Excuse me? Hello? Who's there? Isabella? Isabella? Is that you?
No answer. Growing anxious, I amble over where her cries come from, each step slow and cautious, towards the door in the other end of the room. While I'm far from someone who readily gives in to fear or stories lacking factual basis, the vague, restless feeling I have earlier immediately returns to me. And despite myself, my heart begins to race and my breathing quickens.
Belle? Belle, it's me. Miss Cooper called. Is everything okay?
Abruptly, all of it stops. My whole body tenses, mouth dragging in a ragged breath, ears straining for any other sound yet to come from the other side. But nothing follows. Instead, the quiet only lends itself to the heavy tension in the air, as if every small movement will disturb the fragile stillness hanging in the room. I wait for another second. Then, with a caution, I reach for the knob. My fingers barely graze the brass handle when a hand falls on my shoulder.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh,
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you.
No, it's a...
Still reeling, my gaze shifts back to the door, as if any second now the cries will start again, whoever's inside will burst out of the room. But I don't get to dwell on these. The woman's worried voice breaks through the haze of my mind again, oddly soothing in the thick of my unease. Even if the concern what comes from a total stranger, finally being in the company of someone else is somehow comforting.
Ma'am? Are you okay?
Oh, no, I'm fine. This is probably just some cold.
Do you need to sit down?
No need. I'm actually looking for a friend.
I wave the mobile in front of her like the gesture alone explains everything. Vaguely, I note my tight grip on it and quickly slip it into my pocket before she notices. She doesn't need to know.
Well, I'm not really sure if your friend would still be here. We're actually about to close the open house in a few minutes, ma'am.
No worries. She's not a guest here. She works for Briar Realty. Miss Cooper called me earlier. In fact, I'm also looking for her.
Recognition flashes in her eyes and her worried expression dissolves into a smile at once. It's all I need to know that I don't have to look elsewhere or venture deeper into the mansion on my own. In some way, I'm not too keen on the ladder right now.
Oh, Miss Rebecca Gales, is it?
Yes. Sorry if I'm a bit late.
It's not a problem. I was busy with the open house and a few clients anyway. It's actually a good thing you came when you did. Let's see. Isabella should be here somewhere. I told her to stay put earlier. That girl never listens.
Rose? Rosie? May I have a minute? There's just this one little thing before we go.
Miss Cooper's head immediately snaps up at the voice. In a blink, a different kind of smile appears on her face. A smile still friendly even, but the kind mainly for the sake of pleasing other people rather than making friends.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few.
It's an impressive thing to say the least, that level of professionalism. I suppose working years in this kind of business trains you enough to be able to pull that off without batting an eye. It certainly didn't seem to have rubbed off on Isabella, though.
Sorry, could you give me a second? I have to take care of this.
Don't worry about it. I understand. I can wait a few more minutes. Clients, right?
You won't hear anything from me. Priorities, you know? But if you want, you can stay at the parlor in the meantime. I think we have a few refreshments left.
No, thank you. I'm going out with a few friends after this. Isabella's supposed to join us too. But that depends on how she's doing, of course.
All right, this won't be long, I promise.
Hey, Zordon2354. Bevs, how you doing? And welcome to the weather. We are now on to our fifth character's perspective, the perspective of Rebecca Gales, who has just come to the mansion to pick up Isabella after a meltdown during the open house. She throws me an apologetic look before sauntering over the small group gathered at the entrance. A couple, or siblings, and another woman, probably their secretary. Well, that's Mary Ann, who is dead in our run, and that's Luke and Hannah Wright, who are going to buy this house. She twirls her hair. Either way, they look no different from the other guests. And as far as I can tell, she's possessed, and he probably is too. All three of them primly dressed, oblique in a manner significantly simpler than the others, no frills, no extravagance of any form. But their gestures and movements alone speak volumes of their ingrained... Wait a minute. Why does Luke Wright have this dark cloud over him again? That's interesting. I did notice that at the end of Zachary's playthrough after later on into the journal, but here it's visible for the first time. Interesting. In their presence, I do what I can to appear inconspicuous on my side of the foyer. Maybe accepting Mrs. Cooper's offer would have been a much better choice than standing on awkwardly engaging at them, all while also attempting my best not to listen in on conversation. Although that one proves more difficult with how enthusiastic the blonde woman is. Her voice easily echoes through the walls with only the five of us here. Pretty soon I found myself being drawn into their talk without meaning to.
Tomorrow? First thing in the morning?
First thing in the morning, ma'am.
The mundane dog isn't what catches my attention, however.
Very well. We'll have our lawyers prepare everything as soon as possible. Let's make this whole thing easier for everyone, shall we? Just let me know if there's anything you need from me. You know how to contact me, yes?
Got your mobile number saved here already.
Good. It's just a matter of time then.
It's a brief moment, a fleeting shift of my eye.
Monday for us, Marianne.
As long as you're positive, we won't be having any problems by that time. You can count on my team.
You worry too much. Let me handle those things. Do be thrilled, though. I imagine it's not every day you get projects like this,
And the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it.
Oh, I'm certain Mint's ecstatic, Buttercup. Aren't you, Marianne? You know, we could all celebrate this with a few drinks. Why don't we? In fact, there's this really excellent Irish pub I visited a few days ago.
Looming, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. A dark blur. No, a shadow.
I think I'll pass on that, sir. I have more important matters to attend to.
Yeah, he is very impulsive and he likes to drink a lot. There is definitely something off about him, but his perspective is last, so we're gonna find out.
Nada, love, she's busy.
So Becca outright sees the dark shadow. Zachary did not notice that, but then he was in a panicked rush and was trying to warn him about evil possession and shit.
What a shame. You never let me do anything fun.
But as I tried to make sense of it, a heavy feeling descends over my whole body. It happens without warning, forcing me to close my eyes. The sensation creeps to every part of me, crawling under my skin and draining me little by little of any strength. Before I know it, my hand is gripping a nearby door for support. The sudden nausea drowns out the voices and what real sound there is. all except for the whispers and laughters, judging, mocking, taunting, muffled, inaudible words bearing down on me like a death sentence. They wrap around my neck and limbs, vines tightening with every syllable I've uttered, and with each draw of breath I take, they drag me down slowly, almost painfully, into a bottomless abyss. On, and on, and Annie's song, and on, till the sounds turn into mere distant echoes, until suddenly it shatters.
Well, what are we waiting for? Are we done here?
His voice rips through the fog like a sharp blade and my eyes snap open. The dark aura is gone from him. When I look to them again, it's gone.
You can head back to the car first if you want, Luke. I hope that settles everything, Rose. I don't know what Isabel's problem is, but please make sure she doesn't hurt herself. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Oh, what a cute smile.
Likewise, ma'am.
No shadows or dark clouds. Only amicable smiles and cordial handshakes, the usual pleasantries as Miss Cooper reads them out the mansion like a graceful host. None of the group seems to have noticed it, and even as I force my breathing to calm down, keep my eyes trained on their backs and wait for something to happen, it doesn't come back. She returns a moment later. Gently she closes the great doors behind her. There's a smile on her lips and an extra skip in her step when she walks back to me. Whatever she was discussing with the group had put her in a good mood. Even she appears not to observe anything odd. Was I just seeing things?
Glad that was over. It's been a long day. I thought for sure we were going to... hey, are you sure you're doing okay? You look a bit green.
It's all good. I'm actually still recovering from a cold. Weather's been crazy lately.
That must be it. The weather, this stupid cold, and the filming warnings I'm too stubborn to listen to. As much as I hate to admit it, Isabel was right. I was and still am a little feverish when she visited me at school this morning. The medicine helped, of course, but only some. Although it's not like I can't function. It did get better after lunch and I was able to go through my schedule like the usual. Now I'm not so sure. However, I can't keep acting like I've seen some sort of apparition when it's anything but. I simply must have listened too many times to Isabella last week. My fever-muddled mind is starting to confuse things. If this doesn't let up, I just need another visit to my doctor. Plain and simple. Oh, I do hope it won't get worse. My kid promised to watch Zachary's film together.
I know what you mean. I've been complaining to Isabel. It doesn't seem to affect her much, though. Must be because she grew up in the tropics. Anyway, shall we? She's probably hanging out with the rest of the catering staff.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised she's there. She eats like 10 hungry men when she isn't feeling well. Lead the way.
With a small nod, she gestures for me to follow. I do so without much thought, finally putting everything into the back of my mind. The entire visit took a whole 24 minutes, and my trip to the mansion, as it turns out, is a useless endeavour in itself. Isabel's no longer there, left shortly before I arrived. Wow, so that was a complete waste of time then. Oh, we didn't read the profile of Rebecca, I guess we should. So, she was born April 1st. Aries, 29 years old, 5'5", history teacher, Scottish. She was an atheist, raised cook. She has a master's degree in education and a major in European history. She likes stories, reading in the library, going to the gym, cycling and jogging, lacrosse and lesson plans. Although of Scottish descent, she grew up in Luxbourne and even went to school in St. Goretti. Her parents were professors of European history and Southeast Asian history at the Luxbourne University. They were often busy, and that forced Rebecca to be independent early on. Surrounded by books and instilled with a love for learning, she was a star pupil and was often called a teacher's pet for it. Her passion for academics leading to a career in the industry was to be expected of her. She came out of her show in high school years and started becoming the Spitfire she is now. Before then, Ashton was her only friend, though she found him aggravating at first. Independent and used to taking care of others, it was no surprise when she helped out the young foreigner who moves in next door. So we now have the profiles of 5 characters, and we will be getting 2 of them in due course. So how's your weekend been, Zordon? Have you had a good weekend? Done anything nice? I don't get a lot of people tuning in for these streams because visual novels bore people. I can see why. Which is why this will be the last one I do of this length. But I'm going to get an ending in it and I'm done. And after that, we'll move on to the interesting stuff. Or at least that's what the few staff who saw her assumed. None of them knew where she went, but I can take a few guesses. There are only a number of places in Wuxbon she frequents, and, well, she's never been the complex kind. It doesn't really take a genius to figure it out. Still, it's odd she went on her own. She could have at least waited for Miss Cooper. It would have saved her having to pay the cab's fare twice today.
And right after she was told to stay put. I mean, who does that?
Well, they are, yeah.
Oh, sod off! You don't own the road!
In the end, Miss Cooper could give me a string of apologies for my trouble and a request to wear no when I found Isabella. Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, the Danganronpa series was interesting, but I didn't do that on here. The ones I've done on here were the Zero Escape series, 1 and 2, Haunting Ground, Spirit Mark, Death Mark, whatever it was called, last year, which was alright. But yeah, these games are hard to stream, you know, because they're not very interesting if you're not actually reading them yourself. And this channel is more associated with action games, you know, gameplay games, not stories. So there'll be plenty of that to come in the future. What with the other games being Saints Row, Wrath, Maximum Action, Sin, Dragon Quest Heroes 2, and Final Fantasy 9. Oh god, I'm really sorry if you see me sort of holding my throat tonight. It does feel a bit weird. Tonight. I sometimes get this stiff on a Sunday for some reason. It just sort of feels a bit odd here. I hope it's nothing to do with Corona, because I do have a PCR test results due either tonight or tomorrow, probably tomorrow. Anyway, the whole affair didn't even last long. I probably spent more time travelling back and forth. Soon enough, I'm weaving my way back to downtown Ruxborn, worried sick, and on top of that, maybe a little annoyed. Whether at the unexpected turn of events or Isabella herself, I'd rather not think about it for now. Not when I'm already running late for Zachary's film. Besides, I'm perfectly sure that's where I'll find her. As one would expect, people already gathered at the movie house when I get to it. The small avenue where its arcade has been closed off early from any passing traffic to make way for the avid moviegoers who are sure to crowd the venue. I have to park almost a street away and the remaining distance because of it. Looking for them has taken a while in a crowd this big, but I eventually spot them near the entrance. Thanks to Zachary, mostly. And like I've surmised, Isabella's with them.
I knew it.
Wasting no time, I march over to their little group. Words filled. So that would explain why Rebecca was a bit pissed off when we saw it from Isabella's perspective. Because she was annoyed that she went to get her at the mansion and she just fucked off on her own. So that would explain her mood a bit. Words filled with concern tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop myself.
Isabella! Oh, thank goodness.
Becca, you're just in time.
An odd expression crosses her face as I hold it with both hands, but I ignore it in favour of getting a good look at it, forcing her to keep still and fix her gaze at me.
Becca, you're squishing my face.
How are you? Are you all right?
Why wouldn't I be?
There doesn't seem to be any visible injury, nor does she appear to be in pain. Apart from a confused frown at my questions, she looks pretty much like how she would any other day. Even so, you can't really tell those things with her at first glance. The last time she got sick, she never bothered to call anyone. Even me, who lives right next door. If I hadn't checked on her then, she probably would have died in her bed with the rest of us none the wiser. It's one thing to laugh about now, but moments like these also teaches you something about a person. If anything, it's giving me more reason to constantly worry about her. And the moment a familiar name comes up, I know my concerns right now aren't completely baseless.
Rose called me earlier.
Her expression swiftly changes, and gently as she can, Isabel pushes my hands away. Yet, even before she even says anything, I already have a hunch how this whole thing will play out.
Oh, no, everything's good. Rose covered for me at work today.
That's not what I'm talking about. How's your head?
Then and there, the whole conversation goes down as I had imagined. She touches my hand when I reach the back of her head, intending to check the said injury myself, even makes a show of hiding behind Zachary just to avoid me. Instantly, what's supposed to be a simple inquiry dissolves into a shameless game of tag. Shouting and chasing like none of us can be bothered to act like the full-grown adults we're all supposed to be. Including Ashton. I won't put it past Isabella, but Ash, out of everyone? In fact, if that stupid smirk on his face tells me anything, he finds this whole mess amusing. Oh, for the love of...
Isabella, this isn't a laughing matter.
She did look pale when I saw her.
Wow, thanks a lot, Ashton, you traitor. I'll get you back for this, just you wait.
What? I'm just saying it as it is. If you mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
There's a moment's pause. My hand stills mid-air as my attention shifts to Ashton and the words he leaves hanging between the four of us. He doesn't meet my eye. I don't think he's even aware of what he said. But the meaning of each syllable alone is clear, and they echo. They sting. They burn.
I'm sorry. Saw her?
Yeah, they arrived together. Bella looked fine to me then. I don't know.
Of course. Of course! Why else would Isabel leave on her own after being told to stay put? After that little chat about money this morning? Something close to silence falls away. I mull over their words, both what's already been said and what's left unspoken. When I do find my voice, it only reeks with nothing but bitter, unpleasant thoughts. Thoughts I quickly stamp out before they surface. Thoughts I hide the best I can in the deepest parts of my mind, looking away for no one to see.
Oh, that's good. At least she didn't have to travel alone, right? At least. Good.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Ash picked her up, didn't he? So she didn't walk home. Ash came and got her. Yet, try as I might, the green-eyed monster easily rears its ugly head. Like it always does every time his gaze lingers a second longer. Every time he smiles in a manner far too gentle, far too sincere, whenever he thinks no one can see. Every time my mind suggests his words mean more than they should. Every small, little thing. Despite what he says, despite his tone.
Look, you guys.
For all you know, I know, it may just be the same kind of fondness born from friendship. Maybe I'm simply overthinking like he often tells me, or maybe there really is something there. In the short display of impatience, I know the whole of it is just for show. After all, growing up together with him didn't teach me nothing about him. For whose sake is it this time, though? For him? For Zachary? For her? Or for me? That I can't tell.
If she says she's okay, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can stop her either. Besides, she's still acting like the same old Isabella to me, if she can still run around like that.
Why are you taking her side?
I'm not. But if she wants to watch Zach's movie with us, I'm not going to stop her. She's probably the one looking forward to it the most.
Ash, that's... You, of all people, should know...
Tell you what, if I notice something amiss with her, I'll take her to the nearest hospital myself. Is that good enough for you?
My mouth opens and snaps shut almost as quickly, forming a thin, hard line instead. I can't respond, not because there's nothing to say. On the contrary, there's plenty. So many things I can use to reason and gain to agree. But because he speaks with much certainty, with much reassurance, it feels like there isn't even a choice. All I can give is a long, deep breath and reluctant no in the face of it. Before I can get a grip of myself and my own weakness, the mood immediately shifts and I'm being tackled into a hug.
Thanks, Becca.
It's always been you with him, isn't it?
Did you say something?
Me? Nothing. Don't mind me.
A lie, obviously. What else can it be? Each and every smile, a tiny effort to keep things up they are, so I tell myself. But how do I know this is merely a preamble? It starts out quietly and without fanfare, amidst friendly jibes and harmless teasing, with a scrap of paper fluttering harmlessly to the ground. Only looks suspiciously like a cheap Halloween prank no matter how you look at it. And yet, despite how ridiculous it all is, Isabella stubbornly insists, as if our whole life depends on acknowledging the truth in her story. Does she even realise how absurd she sounds now? Crivens, even my students wouldn't fall for this.
Isabella, aren't you taking this a bit too far?
She doesn't give me time to regret nor think over my choice of words. From there it escalates, growing to an argument too petty even for our standards as adults. Before we know it, one after another harsh, scathing words are being spoken.
It's not a joke! Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Right. And in broad daylight, Isabella. Even someone gullible would find the logic in that screwed up. There's also no way in hell that this supernatural shit is true.
But it's real! What do you think I saw?
A hallucination? A delusion? Didn't you say you fell down some stairs? So maybe Rebecca's right.
It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
But someone has to be patient in all this, and however much my own has already been frayed earlier, there's no one else. Who else here can deal with someone selfish reacting like a kid? Like every other time, it has to be me.
We are, and you know that. But this thing and that thing has got nothing to do with the other. When Rose called earlier, I thought she's just exaggerating. But based on what I'm seeing right now, maybe it's better if we really postpone this for now.
Don't bother.
Just like that, she cuts us off, slams the door right in our faces of my own tempered words before I can stop it. Although it falters briefly at the hard expression on her when she snatches the blasted paper from Ashton and I hold on to it. Regardless of how upset she appears, sour expression and balled fist, throwing a tantrum is simply unacceptable. For a grown woman at that. Words form at the tip of my tongue, ready, but before I can open my mouth and let it all without her feelings and mistakes be damned, Zachary raises a voice of his own.
Guys!
A warning underneath the warm and hopeful beat in his voice. We all stop and look to him, and even my own anger subsides a little at his tone.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her. And hey, ain't this supposed to be a happy get-together?
To an outsider, it may sound like a desperate request, but Zachary has always been the one to give a level head over petty squabbles. This time's no different. He knows what to say, and when he lets it fall, the only ring is sharp and true.
We haven't seen each other for months. I'd really love to know what y'all have been up to. I only ever get to talk to Bella over chat. Please.
As careful as he is with his own tone, it does make me feel ashamed. We're supposed to be here for him, to give what real support we can give, yet here he is, trying to keep three stubborn people from outright pashing it down in public. Whether we can and will talk about it, of course. There's a proper time and place for it, and at the moment, my anger and whatever reprimands it carries no longer matter. Besides, the action appears to have already caught on. The lines of his shows is to something much more relaxed, his expression back to its usual nonchalance. Isabella, however, she stands perfectly still, her hands clasping the straps of her bag like a lifeline, eyes trained at some point near her shoes. There's no anger in her face, only an undeniable hurt, but she's never been good at hiding what she thinks. Always the open book, always the one to wear her heart out in the open. And when she looks up, her answer is also a simple.
If we keep arguing here, we're going to miss the first few minutes.
Her lips are curled up in a smile, but lacking its useful brightness and glee, it's a smile nonetheless. I've seen it countless of times. It's the very same one she would show when she knows she has no other choice, or simply when things get tough for her. But despite everything I already know about her, it still catches me off guard. In all honesty, I expected her to run, to balk at the first sign of her losing this time. I won't even be surprised. At 26, she is the youngest among the rest of us, less experienced, less accustomed to dealing with trivial quarrels like this. Yet here she is, holding herself and coping with it like how she would with matters concerning her family. Outside of that, to me, she has always been this child's naive girl, and watching the opposite play out right now, somehow I find it difficult to wrap my head around it.
Alright, that's the Isabella I know.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you were going to cry.
But I envy her.
What was that for?
Stop calling me a crybaby! I'm not one!
Aw, don't cry.
Stop it!
I envy her spirit, her warmth, her cheer, the shine in her eyes when she looks at the world, how everything seems to simply fall back to a pleasant, lively rhythm with her around, how easily and tightly she fits into our lives even without bonds only long years could forge, like a lost piece of a puzzle despite her jagged edges, how she draws people to her with ease, how Ashton, of all people, can be drawn to her.
Okay, scaredy cat then.
That too! If you repeat that, I swear I'll...
Let's just go.
I make no effort keeping the bitterness from my tone. I let it seep, linger stiffly in the air as I avert my gaze from them. From their playful banter, their friendly teasing remarks, and Ashton's tender, affectionate smiles. All before the stabbing aches in my heart changed to something too painful to bear. It's all in my head is what I'd often tell myself, yet the way my heart bends at just the sight of them hurts. I'm like a coward, I walk away from all of it, taking with me a small hope the movie will distract me away from these thoughts. Because like this, it's easy to find something to hate in her. Dusk has already given way tonight when we leave the film first. Unfortunately, there's nothing to improve my mood like I am hoping. Neither does the muggy air that greets us upon stepping back into the noisy streets. Too busy, too loud, too many people taking what little space the sidewalk offers. It forces anyone to bump shoulders with those they barely know, what I won't care about. On a normal evening, I probably wouldn't have minded the crowd and other human weather. It's not like any of them are bothering anyone. And yet, even with what's admittingly a pleasant company, I can't bring myself to lighten up.
See you guys some other time.
Yeah, see ya!
Excuse me. Not even to return the smiles Ashton and Zachary gives us when we go our separate ways. Perhaps it started with Miss Cooper's call earlier than that. Maybe even the moment I left bed this morning. Bloody hell, it could have been because of that sodding wetter for all I know. I couldn't care less at this point. All I want is to get a warm bath, sleep, and wait for this dreadful day to end. Now, if only Isabella would stop babbling, the maid is still thrumming at the side of my head won't turn into a full-blown headache too.
Zach did a pretty good job with his movie, didn't he? Even though Ash said he ran into some trouble late into filming. But I knew he had it in him. It's not like I didn't believe he couldn't do it. I mean, did you see his face after the credits rolled? All those months he worked on this, and everything's finally...
You weren't even watching.
Only the first minutes. I watched the rest of it, I swear. Besides, Ashton was the one who wouldn't stop asking questions.
Well, why do we still need to talk about this then? I liked it. Ash liked it. You liked it. Shouldn't you be telling that to Zachary in person? I'm sure he'll appreciate it better than I ever will.
I know that, but maybe there's something you want to say? Zach had you check the scripts before he went through everything, didn't he? You also worked on it, even if it was only for a short time. So, maybe you want to...
I don't bother waiting for the rest. No, I spot my car, I immediately make a quick beeline for it. Knowing her, this is merely another attempt at starting a conversation, just so we'll have something to fill the dead air, to replace the strained atmosphere we somehow walked into. One thing, the very thing I'm not too keen to deal with at present. Behind me, Isabel also changed her pace to match mine, her soft strides growing brisk and uneven, not to catch up. A small part of me half expects she'll suddenly trip. She's not the clumsy sort, but there are definitely times when she can be the least coordinated person on the planet.
Becca, hey! Oh no. Wait for me!
And people wonder why I worry. They're not really completely unfounded once you've already grown familiar with her habits. But right now, this is also at the very end of the list of things I want to think about. Sometimes it does become overbearing. Even her voice as she calls after me sounds nothing more than background noise to my ears now.
Rebecca, slow down, will you? Your car's not going to leave without us.
The sooner we get on the road, the earlier we can get home. It's Friday, in case you didn't notice.
I know what day it is, but the traffic's not going to magically disappear, even if we go there right now.
I don't want to hear that from you. Didn't you used to complain how horrendous the traffic is back home for you?
Yeah? But that doesn't have anything to do with this, Becca.
Okay. What do you want to do then? Wait it out? Walk? I just want to go home, Isabella. If you want to stay out here longer, I won't stop you. But leave me out of it. I'm not up for any other foolish excursions tonight.
I wasn't thinking about an excursion. I want to go home too. It's already late. It's just that you've been in this prickly mood since earlier. Are you really okay? Was it the cold? Or did something happen at school? Do you want to talk about it?
A long pause follows and it holds everything she'd been mean to ask from the very start. I'm in no mood, but all of a sudden my hand stops short of unlocking my collar, and my grip on the handle tightens. I can feel her eyes boring on me, waiting, hoping patiently for any answers I give. She's the same as Zachary. They're bad liars. But when you talk to people like them, if you're not careful, they often leave you with no other choice but to admit the truth. Those exact same ones I can't voice. Despite my lack of response, she pushes on, surprisingly. This time her tone is quieter, more tentative than usual.
Was it because of the letter?
It's a well-meaning question, much like the rest of this talk, yet something in how she says it irks me.
If it is, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause a scene. I did see something in the mansion, though. I wasn't lying about that.
Wherever she wants to take this, I no longer want to hear a word of it. Not at this minute, preferably never. Especially when there are already a million other things buzzing and prodding inside my head. Sometimes my patience can only be tried for so long. I'm choosing
and
this
during
option.
the open house, even if there were a lot of people around, there were weird things happening.
Oh, we got a positive with Isabella for that.
I don't know if there was anyone else who noticed, but I heard things. I'm sure it wasn't because I fell down the stairs. Even before that, in the attic,
Isabella.
Yeah?
I pause, though I don't want it to last. I like to give myself a small window to breathe before I lay down the words between us with as much restraint my patience allows. Which is not much after everything. I can only hope Isabel will simply take them as they are. She can be as stubborn as a mule when she wants to be.
This kind of conversation tonight. Look, it's been a long day. I think this cold also caught up with me, and I'm really exhausted. Can we talk about this some other time?
She blinks, and although disappointment flashes momentarily in her face, she gives me a curt nod. I figured being polite there was a nice thing to do, even though I doesn't want to. So not to say, fuck off, Isabella. Relief enough for me, perhaps the first time I've generally felt today. As pleasant as this day has been, seeing something go the way I've anticipated takes the edge out of it. Even if lying for my teeth had to go with it.
Oh, all right. You should have just said so. I told you should have taken a full week off. Were you able to get the meds I brought you, though? Do you need anything? I could drop by the pharmacy for you.
Yeah, no need to fuss. A good night's sleep is all I need. I've been busy the whole day. I guess I should have listened to you and taken it easy. But we have exams to prepare for. It's one or the other, you know?
I knew it! Here I thought you were just upset about something. Even Ash looked a little bit worried about you.
It's fine. Let's just head home, okay? I'll make it up to you next time. Call me out to lunch or wherever. Just not right now.
Okay, but should you be driving? If you want, I can call a taxi for us. You'll hate paying the extra fees, but you'll be able to get some rest on the way home.
No, don't call a cab. I can manage driving at least. Just get in the car so we can be on our way.
I'm already opening the door and climbing into the seat before she can protest. Left with no other choice, she falls inside shortly, weak with a bit of reluctance. The guiltfulness will eat at me later, but for now these little falsehoods are mine to bear and hide under. For now this is the better choice. Better than pretending she doesn't exist or giving her vague answers. Certainly better than harsh words and outright lashing out at her. I can find a little comfort in that. Thankfully, if there's anything left to be spoken between us after, we won't have to discuss it on the way home. Or rather, we can't. Because no sooner than we hit the road, Isabella dozes off. Despite my foul mood, I still up suppressing the laughter once the first sounds of her breathing fill the car.
Not your mom, Isabella.
So unsteady, the quiet room so completely unlike her, so far removed from every impression anyone has of her. A few faint whimpers will occasionally come from her, but otherwise it's just us, there's silence, and it's so utterly unexpected. Well, a welcome break, of course. Peace and quiet is one thing you'll really get with her around. Yet it's nowhere near comforting. It merely lends to the air this strange clarity, every little sound, every single movement more palpable. And with it comes the unease. A dull surprise hits me as almost comical if this were a different situation. In my haste, I accidentally dislodge my mobile from its seat on the dashboard when I swipe on the screen. Soon I'm scrambling blindly for it with my other hand while keeping a steady eye on the road ahead. A voice crackles from the loudspeakers before I can put it back. Although muffled heavily side the surface, I recognize the person on the other line from the triple tone alone.
Hello?
Miss Cooper?
Oh, you're still awake. Evening. I hope I didn't disturb you or anything. I know it's a bit late. Sorry about that. I just want to check on you and Isabella. That girl's still not answering her mobile. Were you able to meet up with her?
Yes. She's with me. We're on our way home.
Hello? What was that again? I can't hear you properly.
Sorry. Let me just fix this dumb phone.
Oh. I was going to say that's some convincing distortion noises there. My hand stops dead for a moment. I spare the device a brief glance, waiting. Seconds pass. Nothing happens though. Frankly, I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but the lines of my mouth fall into a frown regardless.
Miss Cooper?
Yes, still here.
Did you say something?
Just that I didn't get the last part. What were you saying again?
No, I thought you... Never mind. Must be the signal acting up. Coming in?
What?
Is everything all right over there?
Certainly. Is something wrong? What wouldn't? Okay, you seem to be busy. If this is a good time, I can just call you back some,
I have to make a conscious effort not to panic right there and there, although my tight hold on the steering wheel tells a different story altogether.
Miss Cooper? Rose?
Help me.
Hey, Rose! Are you still there?
Only a burst of static answers me, and... Maybe this collapse is entirely because of exhaustion. It has been a long day, and I haven't fully recovered from last week's bout of flu, contrary to what I've been telling people. Well, perhaps had I paid closer attention to it and had not been so occupied with other thoughts, I probably would have noticed earlier, but it never came from my phone, but from somewhere right behind me. Whoa! Behind in the car. Oh no! Time slows to a crawl. Looking up is a mistake. The first thing I see is its face, the ghastly shade, every inch battered, bruised and blooded. Even in the darkness and the world passing by and a blur of lights outside, I can still make it out the wounds. Blood still oozes from it, little trails of crimson running down its face, glistening under what little light there is. But it is the gleam in its eyes that catches mine. The quiet plea, the anguish and the desperation in them. More than its hideous features and the awful stench of gore now soaking the air. And try as I might, I can't bring myself to look away. Even as its lips contort into a horrific smile. Even as a sharp, harsh noise pierces the air and the silence around me.
Rebecca! Huh? Car! Eyes on the road!
Against everything I've been taught and constantly remind myself, I close my eyes. There's a brief moment, a short, vivid second of muscle memory and instinct completely taking over. And if I didn't allow it, if my hands didn't move and my feet didn't hit the brakes in that exact second, I might have... Isabel and I might have... No. I shake the motion away before I lose myself in it. Right now, it's an ugly line of thought I refuse to venture into. Not when breathing is a struggle and every ounce of strength has been totally drained from my body. Most definitely not while Isabel's panic voice still beside me still rings in my ears. We're alive. We're safe. That's all that matters. But it is not a face I look for when I finally open my eyes. All gone. I expected stains, little telling marks and creases on the covers to show me where it sat not a second ago. But whatever it is, it left not a single trace. Yeah, it is kind of like The Grudge. There's been parts of the horror story that you can tell they've taken the cues from The Grudge, The Ring, quite a few Asian horror stuff. Being that this is done by a small indie teen in the Philippines, it's impossible they've put some of their own urban legends into this, but you can definitely see the influence of movies like that. And though courage is a hard thing to gather at this point, I take what little of it remains in me and turn towards the back seat. Even then, there's none. Or was there really something in there in the first place? With how empty it is, I'm beginning to doubt it. This stupid flu again. Yes, the flu. Because when I have the flu, I imagine seeing horrific abominations in my back seat.
I need a long rest after this.
This game should be called How It's Possible for Everyone Except One Person to Overlook Supernatural Events. Like, seriously, people are like seeing all this weird shit and then they brush it off. Oh, it's a dream. Oh, it's a flu virus. Oh, I'm seeing things. Oh, this weather. The entire cast, except for Isabella in this game, would be perfect for a Paranormal Activity movie. Just deny it. It's not a ghost that's haunting me. I'm not being spooked. My hands fall uselessly to my sides. Numb from how taut my grip on the wheel was gone, yet still trembling from the unexpected rush of adrenaline. Against my ears, my heart still pounds an erratic rhythm, and my breathing hasn't slowed down. But the world has already righted itself without waiting for me, and little by little, second after second, as I steady emotion was curved against the seat back around me. Along with it, all the sounds and the voice, no longer the indistinct ringing it was earlier.
Becca! Are you okay? Answer me, will you? You're scaring me. You know what? I think we should just call a taxi since...
Can you keep it down?
Strained, harsh, and completely unintentional, but with heat prickling at the back of my eyes and now throwing at my temple, I can also do with a little silence for now.
Keep it down? We almost crashed, Becca.
I know what happened. It was a lapse. I'm sorry.
A lapse? You call that a lapse? Becca, I really don't want to end up a mangled mess on the side of the road, or a mangled mess anywhere. All I'm asking, if the time ever comes, which I hope isn't right now, is a peaceful death. Give that one to me at least. Not that I'm asking for it, but please.
Isabella. Belle, you're overreacting. If you're so worried, why don't you drive?
Don't have a license.
I keep telling you to get one, didn't I? For the past 5 years. Do you see why now?
I wasn't really expecting to stay here this long. I thought it'd just be for a year or two.
All of a sudden, a pensive mood comes over her. Isabel looks away then while what's left of my little wretch never crosses the tip of my tongue. I don't allow it to, because I'm used to those words she let loose is a small truth. Her stay has always been meant to be something fleeting. Earn some good money, go home. It's what she'd tell herself during her first year here. Now, half a decade later, I'm not sure she still believes that. Even I'm not sure if I still believe it. And if there's something in her reasons that has changed along the way, even if I already have a hunch, it's one thing I'll never bother to ask. Those are hers to keep.
I'll be careful this time, I promise. Just please, can we give this whole thing a rest for now?
It's kind of almost like this game is slice of life combined with the supernatural. It is kind of interesting. Like, it's not a game that massively focuses on just the supernatural elements per se. It's kind of like these people have their backstories and their motivations and their characters and whatever. There just so happens to be a curse in it, you know. Whereas this game could have literally just been about a group of people exploring a spooky mansion for 12 hours. Instead, it's like, well, we have these problems and characters and friendships, and oh yeah, there's a ghost in it. It's sort of an interesting approach to horror, in a sense. We spend the rest of the trip back to Salemwell in silence. All thoughts of an overactive imagination playing tricks on a throttled mind and of smiles never meant for my eyes, abandoned if only for a brief moment. We made it to Tuesday. And the Salemwell residences. It begins innocently enough. Tuesday morning arrives like any other day before it, bright and clear. Even though it comes with an extra helping of the unusual October weather, I appreciate being able to catch a glimpse of the clear skies lately. After going through a bout of sickness last week, it does something to lift the mood of what would otherwise be a dreary morning. And despite being mostly a creature of habit, I wind up waking earlier than usual because of it. It's no more earlier than Isabella, it appears. I assume she'll take the day or two off because of what happened to Miss Cooper. But that doesn't seem to be the case. The sound of the morning news just from her unit. I walk past on the way to the mailbox. Chances are around this hour she's already dressed and ready to go, probably just waiting for the next bus to arrive. I've tried following her example before, but I don't think I'll be repeating it.
Really? How can anyone be up before the sun is up?
I have to be. I gotta get up at like 5:45 tomorrow, just to get out for 7 so I can go to work and make sure I don't have to worry about a car park spot. It's a small price to pay, but at least it means I don't have to compete for a car park spot. If you get there too late, then you have to scrap it out, and with the weather getting this bad and cold and icy, I don't really want to do that. I just want to get into work, and I'll happily sit in the car for 40 minutes, read a book, and wait. Or in my case, fall asleep in the back. Has been the case recently. I can't even get reading done. I just end up falling asleep for like half an hour sometimes. Is this that same visual novel with the racist husband and the haunted house? Well, yes it is. We are back to the same visual novel, Kinnikos. Also, good evening to you. How are you doing? Is a habit job from home, she said. Still don't know about the kind of life she grew up in. Like clockwork, it's always at 4 a.m, either to help with the chores or prepare her little siblings for school. It surprised me the first time. She just didn't look like someone who could. In the end, I've simply passed it off as one of the many things anyone will have to get used to around her. Not that I ever fully understand. And my parents' only child, we aren't well off, but so far I've lived a relatively easy life. I didn't have to think about bills or food for the next day, or paying for any siblings' tuition on top of my own, or supporting a sick father's medication. All I had to worry about were my grades, if I'd gained Mom and Da's approval, or what we'd be having for dinner. When put next to hers, they all pale in comparison. They look less like problems and more like petty issues this way.
Petty issues?
But as unimportant as it all sounds, sometimes its ugly head rears at the most inappropriate moments. And sometimes they come through your mailbox in the form of a fancy-looking letter, pretty ribbons and all. Whoever sent this has spent silly money on the envelope alone. Verging on ridiculous, really. I can already imagine Isabella wrinkling her nose when she sees this. Then she'll probably complain about unnecessary expenses and rich people problems. I'm also afraid to touch it myself, as if simply brushing a hand against its crisp surface will be enough to put a crease on it, and it'll be a terrible slight to the sender. But as extravagant as I find this, it isn't really the first time I've received one. Most of the time it's not even for me, so who am I to complain? Either way, no look of surprise crosses my face once I flip the envelope out to see my parents' names written in a neat script.
Nothing new then.
Alistair and Alyssa Gales. 32 years in the academy, naturally brought with it various connections, people from other fields, art, science, business, politics, you name it. How's your weekend been, Kinnikos? This one, though, gives off a much personal vibe. Letters like this usually come from old students, people who've grown fond of my parents and they, in turn, treat like children of their own. I've only met a few of them. Most have moved on to becoming successful in their chosen careers, and little letters like this are their way of expressing gratitude. It's one thing Mum and Dad are proud of, rightfully so, and I'm happy for them. But there are times I wish they'll remember they have a daughter here, the real one. Not that it's of any importance now. It's not like they didn't raise me well and provide for me. They did. I wouldn't be where I am now if it weren't for their hard work. I'm like a dutiful child. I do everything I can to give back. Even if it's the smaller thing as letting them know I've got another mail waiting for them. The phone rings for a good minute before someone answers. Mum. Her voice as warm as I remember.
Becca?
Hi, Mum. How's the conference going?
Whoa! What is that face expression? That is not an expression I would think Rebecca would ever show. I almost thought for a sec she had a tongue out.
Well enough. until your dad sprained his ankle.
Oh no, is it bad?
I'm alright. In case anyone in this family cares to listen, I'm alright. Very much alive, darling.
And there you have it. He'll be up and walking in a few weeks, don't worry. We're going to have to extend our stay here until it heals, though. Is something the matter?
Nothing big. Just that this mail arrived for you this morning.
Oh, why? Thankfully, she doesn't notice. Although, if I'm going to be honest, a small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. But I put that down on idea sales as soon as it surfaces. I shouldn't make them fret. They're busy.
What does it say?
Raise your glasses, give cheers to the good times, blah blah.
Becca manners. That isn't how I taught you to read.
Sorry. You are cordially... it's an invitation, Mum, for a housewarming party. From, Hannah?
The name rings a bell, though at the moment I can't recall when or where I've heard it recently. It must be nothing too important if I didn't bother committing it to memory. There are a lot of Hannahs in the world, so who knows?
Hannah.
She also wrote you a note, Mum. It says you used to be her private tutor at the Evans mansion, and that she misses you and would love to see you two again.
It makes my heart clench to read another openly say those words to them, the same ones I want to tell them. I want to see you too. It's been years since we've been together as family, and there's one thing that hasn't changed from childhood is that Mum and Dad are still busy with their respective careers. Out of the country, away on some meeting or symposium, sometimes for months on end. I only grew more frequent with the years until I'm well enough to live on my own. I'd like to think that's how I become independent at such an early age. They've always praised me for that. At times, I wish they didn't.
Evans? Oh, I remember now. Honey, it's Hannah. Hannah Evans. Remember? Bright girl, 2 years older than Becca.
Didn't she get married a few years ago? 7 now, I think. But, they grow up so fast, these kids.
Yeah, she invited us to that too. Fonte de Medici. But we missed that one because you had to present your paper in Singapore.
We did send her a note after. Still a shame we couldn't attend, though. What is it about this time?
She sent another invite for a housewarming party. Becca, when is it?
This Friday, Mum.
Oh, that's too bad. We'd love to be there, but Da's not in a condition to go walking around. I guess we'd have to decline again. I really miss that girl.
I could go in your place.
I went through it without thinking. Personally, I've never been fond of gatherings, regardless of how simple people make it seem. But if there's one thing I hate hearing, that disappointed knowing Mum's ways always ranks first. Whether it's directed at me or some other thing doesn't matter.
Are you sure? Don't you have work this Friday?
The event will be in the evening, Mum. It shouldn't take anything away from my schedule. It's all right. The invite's for 2 people. I can bring someone with me so things don't get boring.
I see. Maybe you can also invite Ashton?
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties. But I'll see what I can do.
Wow, Mum knows straight away.
If not, I can always bring Isabella with me. You know her. She won't say no if there's food involved.
Okay, if it's not going to be a big problem for you, I don't see why not. We owe you this one, darling.
No problem, Mum. I'll even say hi to Hannah for you.
Please do. And let her know we'd love to see her once we're back in the city. Leave her our number or something.
I will.
But you know, the 2 of you would have become really good friends. Don't you remember? You met with her once. If my memory serves me right, you were 12 then?
This too I can't recall. It's probably one of those meetings where we only talked a bit before going our ways. She did leave an impression. I'm pretty sure I would have written about it somewhere, or at least recognised her name. As it is, the only few people I remember clear from my time in my life is Ashton and Mandy. To some extent. Mum must have sensed my confusion because she laughed.
Don't push yourself too hard, darling. Really? It felt like having 2 daughters back then. Sometimes I wish they didn't send her away to boarding school. But, well, you know how often that goes with them. Still, try talking to her while you're there.
Oh, we'll see. I'll let you know what happens after.
I'm looking forward to it, darling. Take care of yourself.
Will do. You too, Mum.
And there's that face again.
Bye. Tell Da to be careful next time.
She chuckles then, a hearty one, tender and always right to my ears. She may be a stern teacher, but this is the part of her I love the most. The sound of it almost echoes even as our call comes to an abrupt end, bringing with it a memory from so many years ago. Oh, sorry, I'm reading your comments now, Kiniko, so it's taken me a few minutes. It's been should I trust a bod today because my stream basically got ruined because of parents, again. And this fucking power shit just keeps saying the same garbage. You know, it would just be easy if you just moved out. No, it'll be easier if you just bought the fucking router I keep fucking telling you over and over. Father. Oh, okay. I'm afraid I'm going to have to charge for therapy. Because... that's unfortunate that you're having those problems, though. I hope you get them resolved one way or the other. Whatever happens. Anyway, when life and responsibilities that accompany adulthood are things far from our minds. If given the chance, I'd love to go back to those. I don't dwell on it though, shaking it all away as soon as the memory forms a clear picture in my head. I've always wondered how Isabella could easily pretend everything's normal over a phone call. And bounce back to her usual self immediately after. I've seen her do it plenty of times. For me, it just drains whatever energy I have, and with a whole day of teaching still ahead of me, I can't afford to look exhausted in front of my students. Even for a wee bit, it's never a good example to set. So with another sigh, I put everything at the back of my mind and tread back to my room. The rest of my day waits. 15 minutes later, I'm heading back out, dressed for the day, my car keys in hand. Ordinarily, I don't stop for anything. There's never a need to. That's the beauty of this apartment complex. It's quiet and everyone keeps to themselves. No useless platitudes in the morning. No need to wear a smile on your face whilst other people are nosy enough to ask. Today, however, the morning broadcast still plays from Isabella's room. My crisp pace slows to a stop and a frown gradually forms on my face.
She hasn't left.
Of course, this isn't unusual. There are times when I've left earlier than she did, like last Friday before their open house. But those days are few and far between. It only happens in the direst circumstances, though the last part of that might be a bit of an exaggeration. However, with what's happened in the last few days, maybe today is one. The death of a friend isn't something anyone can brush off, and for someone like Isabella... Isabella's the kind who gets attached to people easily. With Zachary, Ashton, and I, that has been the case. I can't imagine what she might be going through right now, especially when the woman was someone she owed a lot, despite their training being brief. I've given her the space last night in deference, but perhaps today might be the proper time to check on her?
Oh, whatever. I've still got time anyway.
With light steps, I'm moving closer to the door, hand already poised to knock. It doesn't even matter if I've even hinted Michael getting come through Twitch, because I'm pretty sure he's hellbound thinking about scaring people and he has hands up enough about that, I guess. I'm going to be honest with you, Kinnikos. You really aren't thinking of the mentality of income through Twitch, right? In all seriousness. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, like, if you're thinking like that, you know, I would have to say from my own experiences, even I've given up on the idea that I'm gonna, you know, I mean, with how things have been recently, my channel's lost all its momentum. You know, I'm now kind of in a stable state, but I'm not, to put it bluntly, like, last year, I was earning a Twitch affiliate paycheck every month, except one. And this year it has dropped back significantly. I think Twitch is dying slowly. Just a little bit. Not like to the point where like it's completely gone, but something in Twitch has changed this year. And I think people are starting to get fed up of it. And that's what I've noticed across all channels, not just my own channel, but multiple channels. There seems to be less people around all the channels I've usually accompanied. Unless like they're really big, but I've even noticed in the bigger streams there's less people than there used to be. Like even in like Draku streams, and Draku was being one of the bigger streamers who used to get like 1,000 people, 900, and now he gets about a fifth of that sometimes. It feels like in general that Twitch is slightly dying across the board. There's less people around. It's harder to gain new followers. Again, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but it is definitely something I'm going to be bringing up during the sweet state later this week when it rolls to December. Because I used to think that it was a problem with my channel, that maybe my momentum had gone, but I think it's a general Twitch momentum. I think people have stopped coming, new followers that is, have stopped coming so much. It's just slowed down across the board, you know. I've gone from getting followers every other stream, at least guaranteed, to just sort of staying steady. For I think it's I'd really would love to check my metrics actually, but I'm pretty sure that since summer, late summer, I have stayed on the same number of followers for about 3 months and haven't really gone anywhere. But I think everyone's suffering from that. Less views, less followers, hard to gain people to show up, kind of thing. But anyway. Clearly, I think Spy is way too much is willing to go after awards, putting the search for female. The big reason it caused the bubble problems I haven't played these when we went to telemetry Microsoft account grayed out how it keeps that me keeps those doing this Bing search quest that gives him points to awards. It's not surprising shows up police continues to be more shady about finances around my mother. I would probably suggest talking to somebody professional about all of this, Guinea Goss, to be honest. I don't as much, you know, I'm not really qualified to weigh in much on your personal issues. I would honestly just say find a professional CBT or something like that kind of person to talk to about it, you know. Sounds like you have a lot of personal problems that need to be resolved, and the Twitch chat isn't going to do that for you. All I could do is provide some escapism for you. And, you know, I guess there was that new computer I bought you, like 2 years ago, which I'm pretty sure helped. Still, I don't know to do so until I hear her answer.
Isabella? Belle? Are you in there?
No answer. After a second, I finally knock, lightly so I don't disturb her in case she's sleeping and has no left to tell you anything last night. Never mind how she lets that happen, ever. Waste of electricity and all.
I just want to check on you before I leave. Is that okay? Are you going to work today, Belle?
Still nothing.
I'm about to leave. If you want, I can drop you off.
Another round of knocking. Then I'm fishing out a copy of her key from my bag and unlocking the door. Oh, she's got a red rose. She went it years ago after I complained about the mess and offering my help in cleaning up. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me. Always returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insist. At one point, I've simply stopped trying to hand it back
Isabella?
to her.
I'm coming in, all right?
Why do I think I'm going to see a corpse? Well, without waiting for her answer, I push the door open and step inside. Her unit's still a mess. Instant noodle cups on the table, a pile of clothes on one side, paper strewn about everywhere, and an unkempt bed, among other things. This much is a given. Will always be a given. I've been here several times already, and I still wonder how she could function like a human being with a place in this state. However, that's neither here nor there. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but it's certainly not finding an empty flat. Granted, she could have left earlier, far earlier than usual, but she never ever leaves without making sure she's unplugged everything. That's something she doesn't forget to do. It doesn't help that her bathroom appears unused this morning. Another habit, and it can only mean she hasn't been here since last night? Perhaps even since the morning after Miss Cooper's death? Either idea doesn't sit well with me with the news we've been hearing lately.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims.
Nah, no corpse this time.
Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death. Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Gathering my wits, I immediately place a call to her mobile. It rings for a good minute, a sound of comfort in itself, but when another minute rolls by without her answering, well, I'm not a woman prone to panicking. Sudden bouts of temper, maybe, but never panic, despite how I may sound when speaking. And when it ultimately goes straight to a voicemail, a sigh is the only thing I let out. The pause doesn't last long now. In the next moment, my fingers are already moving across the screen in search of the 2 people who might be able to help. It's actually numbers I find first and dial. Call it a habit, but even Isabella thinks he's dependable when a situation calls for it. Despite how much they give each other grief, that already says a lot about him. There's Zachary, but around this hour he's probably still sleeping. If he has freelance work, it's very likely he's just gone himself in bed. He's the last person I want to bother, if anything. The wait doesn't take long. Sooner quick than Ashton's voice echoes through the receiver, rough and still ever with sleep. He never did grow fond of mornings.
Becca? Christ, what time is it? What's up?
Not you, apparently.
Good
early just to make that joke. I'm going back to sleep.
No, Ash, hold on. This is important.
Becca, stakeout last night. Make this quick. I've still got a few hours before the chief bothers me.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to sleep after. It's just that... Wait, you were on a stakeout last night?
Did I say that? Shit. Forget I said that. Forget I said anything. Forget we had this conversation.
So, you have no idea?
About what? About what? I also have no idea why we're talking so early in the morning, so there's that.
No, will you stop sleep talking or whatever for a second? Belle didn't come home last night. She's gone.
Who?
Isabella!
Instead of an answer, a brief pause comes after, followed by something blunt and heavy hitting a hard surface and a string of rather colourful curses from him. This moment might be one of many things I'll keep to myself and remember fondly in the next few days, if things aren't the way they are. When he picks up again, there's no trace of sweetness in his voice.
Say that again, from the top.
Isabella's gone, Ash. She didn't come home last night. Her flat's empty. She left her telly running. You know she doesn't do that at...
Okay, Becca, stop. Calm down first. You're starting to panic.
I'm not!
You are. Breathe. One person's not going to simply disappear like that. This is Isabella we're talking about. Did you try calling her?
What did you think is the first thing I did? She's not picking up. It went to her voicemail.
How about Zach? Did you check with him?
Not yet. I didn't want to bother him. You know he has trouble sleeping and all that.
All right, I'll go ask Zach. I'll call you back.
No, wait!
He ends the call before I can utter a single word of protest. But for the first time since entering this room, tension is gone from my shoulders and my breathing is eased. The bed creaks as I sink down it with a sigh. The telly still boils the same uninteresting news, and I'm surrounded by clutter. Yeah, oh yeah, this is the night after she had the freaky experience at work. And then she turns up at Zachary's place, so that's why it's empty. You don't think that news is uninteresting? That's very nice you'd be Zordon to send Kenny Costa, Wolf. He definitely needs it. But, all the same, it feels strangely calm to be here without worry nagging at me. I have to apologise to Zachary later for saying Ashton is way this early. But for now, relying on the latter for this isn't the wrong choice. It never will be. That's something I won't ever doubt in him, much like his promises. And true to his word, he calls back only a few minutes after the last one has ended.
She's with Zach.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. She could have at least sent a message last night.
What are you, her mother?
It's one thing to hear that from Isabella, but from Ashton?
I don't want to hear anything like that from you.
I'm serious. You've got to stop treating her like she's one of your students, Becca. You don't have to keep tabs on her every time. Last I checked, she's only 3 years younger than the two of us. That's almost a decade gap from those kids you're teaching, you know.
Says the person who keeps calling her Scaredy Cat.
That's not related at all. Anyway, I'll go check how she's doing. Don't stress yourself out. You go ahead to work.
Wait, you? Don't you have a precinct to be at? Whatever happened to not treating her like one of my students? Because if anyone's going to ask me, I think you're doing the same thing.
Zach said it's an emergency. Something happened last night.
Emergency?
He didn't put it in those exact same words, but it sounded like it.
Ash, what really happened? Is Isabella fine?
She's alright. She's safe. Zach let her stay the night after she... Look, okay. Z-Man wasn't clear about it, but...
Yeah, he is the emo detective. That's right, Robot Phallus. Also, hi, how you doing?
I'll check on her. I'll bring her home.
You have a good weekend? It sounds like a wife I've ever heard one. The sort where he omits things so people won't fret, and I'm not sure whether I should be happy he cares that much to do that. There shouldn't be a need for this between us, is there? We grew up together, didn't we? He knows I'm capable of at least hearing out the truth without ignoring at me from the rest of the day. He knows me better than that. I know him better than that. Frankly, there's plenty of other things to say about this, but despite and after all the trouble he went through, with how things are moving at the moment, only one thought occurs to me. What should I say? I recognise his concern for what it is. It's not new for him to go out of his way for us, and to be honest, This is what I love about him. As much as I would have loved to take his off his hands, it would be selfish of me to insist, considering he knows of my other commitments. To do so feels like I'll be trampling on that kindness he seldom offers to anyone.
Sorry for putting you up to this.
Nah, don't mention it. You've got other things you need to worry about. Take care of those first. This is a small thing.
I still owe you one.
Oh, I can name a few things you can do about that. You know, there's this ice cream shop that opened near the movie house. I could use...
Okay, let's stop right there. That's enough. On second thought, maybe I'll just think about it some other time.
Harsh.
We both laughed to sound lighter and more comfortable, like the old days when a wayward 26-year-old is at the bottom of the list we need to worry about. This is how we find a common ground. We may not agree on a lot of things. We may see things the way the other does, but the give and take is something we've learned to get used to over the years. Whenever it's like this, confidence in him is the least I can offer as thanks.
Really? Thanks for this, Ash.
I'll let you know what happened afterwards, I promise. I'll call you later. You have a good day. Bye.
I admit, the way he puts it isn't comforting enough. He can be blunt like that. So many unknown variables, so many words left unsaid. I wish he'd simply weigh them out in the open, because like this I'm more inclined to think there's an exaggeration on the other's part. If it's from Zachary or Ashton, I don't know. In the end, all I can do is wait, go about my day, and hope for the best. Still having leftovers. Well, this is Isabella's room, not ours. Not Rebecca's, I should say. Before leaving, I spared Isabella's room one last glance to certainly quiet now without her in it. I get answers from her later. For now, my concerns are best left here. Didn't want to unplug the TV. Alright, rest of the day, slips in the boiler. I have to say, day 4 or 5 now. Well, we're on in terms of the journal, we're on October the 25th. But this is the 5th character. So, if we're going in terms of playing each character as a different sort of part of the story, we're on the 5th chapter. I don't know whether or not after we get to Luke, we then go back to another character and cut away. But I have a feeling that that isn't how this game works, and that you sort of cross over between... Well, I don't really know. It could well be that, you know, we roll back to a different character after we've been through all 7 at least once, but it doesn't matter. I'm getting one ending from this game and then we're done. There's obviously multiple endings and a lot more stuff to do, but I'm not going to do that on stream. Despite my best efforts in keeping this morning's events from surging in my mind, it sticks. In a way, everything simple today simply feels like a reminder. Every conversation, regardless of how casual. Every topic, no matter how mundane it seems. I blame the news entirely for this. Recent happenings brought quite a few interesting stories to everyone's attention. Mostly superstitious talk of death. And when locals talk about death here, anyone can sure as hell count someone bringing up that mansion Isabella stole not a few weeks ago. Even my own students won't stop yapping about it. I bet it's even worse than when it was put back up in the market. Now there are more stories. If this is the world reminding me of what matters, or simply because the atmosphere around this time of year calls for it, I'd rather take the latter. At least then I can be sure people will forget about it in favour of a set of holidays after. Nevertheless, and this may be a painful thing to admit, but listening to them is a pleasant distraction while waiting for Ashton's call. I hope he didn't forget, the school day is about to end.
No, that's got nothing with what I heard.
You always hear stuff. I'm not sure if half of them's even real.
No, really. Rowan knows about it. He used to be in the same class with them.
I can hear you from back here, you know.
Whatever, Rowan. Anyway, the story goes like this. There were 3 of them. They entered the mansion on a dare, and they were all never seen again. No one knows what happened to them. Up to this day. Scary shit, man.
Cock and bull story. Calling it now.
No, you don't get it. Why don't you ask Miss Gales then? Better yet, why don't you go inside the place? I'm betting my allowance you can't do it.
The talk immediately halts when I woke up, all from something pertaining to the engrossing their current activity. Still, a word to put a stopper to this nonsense is needed. Creativity and imagination fostered by these stories is one thing, but reckless ideas should be corrected before anything potentially tragic comes from it.
Back to your worksheets, everyone. And I don't want to hear any talk of dares or going inside that mansion. It's private property now. You'd all better stay away from it before...
At the noise, the whole lot of them go silent. You can almost hear a pin drop. The look on their faces would have made for a funny picture, but that's irrelevant at the moment. If there is a student loitering around, someone's going to be in trouble.
I'll be back. If you're done, you can leave your worksheets on my desk. Keep the noise to a minimum while I'm gone, okay?
I can sense their eyes on me as I walk out the door. I'm meeting kind of anticipation. A bit unnerving, but it's far more agreeable than the feeling of being watched I've been enduring these past few days. The class is still in session for most of the rooms. In a few hours, once the final bell rings, however, this place will once again be filled with busy chatter and footfalls, an everyday cycle in itself. But for the moment, I let the silence guide me, my ears focusing on whatever sounds there are or will be, searching for that distinct clang of metal. A good minute passes, and for the portion of it, only my steps echoes through the halls. And another. I'm about to turn around when the sound of it halts my footsteps. It's a little muffled and infrequent, but grows louder after each interval. With the hallway devoid of people, if I don't put a stop to it soon, it'll start to disturb the other classes still going on. Walking through doesn't take long. All I do is fold the racket, and shortly I'm standing in front of a nondescript row of unoccupied lockers. Oh, someone's been trapped in a locker. And from inside one of them, sitting in the middle, comes the noise. Annoyingly disruptive now that I'm facing it. Like someone's pounding on the metal door from the inside, hoping to get out. Waiting forward, I try and get a glimpse of the old hunter's slats of whatever's causing it. But in this way, only darkness greets me and another round of clanging. Louder than previous, more desperate. I've heard stories before, from other schools, from a few colleagues who had to deal with it once or twice. Although personally, I've never encountered one myself, and can only thank the heavens I haven't. Yet. But
If this is another kid some other student stuffed in a locker.
with a huff, I straighten up and study it briefly with a frown. Without delay, I reach for its handle, and at once it stops, immediately replaced by the muffled sound of a mobile phone ringing. I give the floor a few raps before taking my attention away. A second, another. When nothing and no one responds, I finally avert my eyes and pull up my mobile. Ashton's voice greets me from the other end of the line. Oddly cheerful in light of this morning's manners. Or maybe that's because I'm just expecting some grave or serious news from him. Instead, I get this.
Hey, Becca.
Well, you sound happy.
I do? My voice still sounds the same to me.
There are only two things I know of that could be the reason for that tone. Sweets, or is Gunnar good reason his case? From the sound of it, I'm going to assume it's the former, since lately that case is all that's running inside his head. If there's ever a third one, I've never heard of it. Yet. It can only be one of the two.
Ignore that. How's Isabella?
Drove her home a few minutes ago. I think she's sleeping now. Sorry this took a while. Z-Man gave us the puppy eyes after we tried to leave. Had some food prepared for us, apparently. We didn't have the heart to say no.
That's all right. Is she okay now?
I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything to Zach, but she mentioned a plan to take a few days off from work. It was a passing comment before I left her, so I didn't get to ask.
Must be because of Rose's death.
Could be. It doesn't seem like it from Zach's story, though. He said she was shaking when she got there.
Shaking?
The word triggers a memory from 3 days ago on the way home from her little treat after she showed the mansion. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I won't lie. It scared me. The terrified look on her face, how she sounded when she suddenly screamed.
Becca? Still there?
Yeah, I just remembered something. Sorry, don't mind me.
Look, if you can talk to her, get the story out of her. That would be great. She wouldn't talk to Zach or me even when I tried. Maybe she'll speak up if it's you?
I'll give it a go, but I can't promise anything, okay? You know how stubborn she can get. But thanks for letting me know about this. If you want, I can get you that ice cream thing you mentioned tonight. As thanks. Just as thanks for all the trouble I've caused today.
Believe me, I'd love to take you up on that offer, but I've got something on my schedule this evening. Maybe some other time? Thanks a lot, Becca.
There's a short pause before he cuts the call from his end, and once again I'm alone with my thoughts. But rather than answers, all I got from him are questions. More of them, one on top of the other, as if the world isn't planning to give me a break anytime soon. But that's a problem I'll tackle later. Right now I've got students who need to be taught follies of eavesdropping, if the slightly open door and their smothered laughter from inside is an indication.
All right, enough eavesdropping. All of you, back to your seats.
Is that your boyfriend, Miss Gales?
None of your business.
He totally is.
A quick scuffle follows that comment. If there's a retort prepared at the tip of my tongue, I drop every pretense of putting it loose on them. There's no use arguing with teenagers sometimes, boisterous as they all are. They're still my kids though, rough around the edges maybe, but still my kids. Shaking my head, I sailed back to the classroom with a smile, but not before taking a glance at the locker again. It hasn't made a sound since.
Oh, must be the wind.
Of course! we sure we're not playing a game with a bunch of Oblivion guards here or something? Must be rats. I killed 20 people. Must have been rats. Okay. So without another look, I leave it alone. Well, was that really necessary? Jump scare with bloody walkers and a stinger. Was that entirely necessary? You so silly, game. All in all, the entire school day ends without a hitch. Yeah. Right. A strange encounter with the hole. Yes, with the bloody walkers. Of course. Hey, Dodo, how's it going? Jump scare. There have been some clever jump scares in this game so far, and they are rare, to be fair. This game has shown some clever capacity to be quite genuinely creepy when it wants to be. But yeah, it does use the jump scares a bit. At least there's kind of like a spurring use of them. Maybe once every a few hours or something. Oh no, it could have gone better, mind you, but with the exams... God, I think it's hurting me as I have to speak so much in this. It could have gone better, mind you, but with the exams nearing, getting out of work before the sun has set looks as though it's a far-off dream for now. So how's your weekend been, Doodle? I waited until we're over, then we have the holidays to look forward to. Oh, I'm looking forward to the holidays. 3 weeks to go until Christmas time. Although if my PCR test comes positive tomorrow, my holidays may start a bit early. There really are times when you simply take what you get for the time
Nothing
being.
wrong with that.
All I'm hoping for is this will continue until the whole day ends. Yeah, I don't blame you. I feel the same way about weekends sometimes. You just want to laze around, do as little as possible, just unwind, and then you're ready for the next one. There's still that promise I made to Ashton, and frankly the idea alone doesn't sound good. If Isabel didn't talk to them, what makes them think she'll talk to me? It's not like there's a hierarchy, is there? Just because I can handle Isabella's child's tendencies doesn't mean I can do it all the time.
Really, those two give me too much credit.
Nevertheless, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, if only because I'm also worried about her. And both Zachary and Ashton deem it important that somebody get the story out of her. He's told me I've got nothing to do with that letter. Again. I understand she feels a bit stressed lately, but keeping that story going on for more than a week is... it's bound to get tiring at one point. Seriously, I really don't want this to end another argument. God willing, the cafe special will help smoothen things out. After all, it's always been food with her. Or money, but mostly food. And edible money. At this hour, the cafe is usually filled to the brim with people. That's the reason Isabel and I rarely ever go here during the evenings. I wish weekends were 3 days long. Yeah, me too. It never feels like it's enough sometimes. I think the main reason for that is, at least in my line of work, the weekend is supposed to start on Friday night. And most of the time, I mean, I do go out and play poker on Friday nights these days, or I have my game night, or whatever, with Draugen and Sage. But usually, like, after that, you then go to sleep, and you sleep off. I like sleep off like half a morning, half a day. You know, I try and get up dead late on a Saturday. So by the time I'm ready to do shit, it's like the afternoon of the Saturday. You know, unless I have to get up like a bit earlier like I did this time. I had to get up a bit earlier because I was supposed to get a flu jab, but I didn't get a flu jab because they didn't have the pharmacist in, which was very annoying. But whatever, I was up a bit earlier than I would normally on a Saturday. So by the time you get to about Saturday afternoon, you're actually ready to start unwinding, and then on Sunday you always feel tense. Like you're always just bracing to go back straight away. Like it would definitely be nice if there's like a third day in it, you know. You've got the Saturday to sort of catch up on your sleep, then a day in between where you can get up earlier, spend the whole day doing something and not worry about the next day. And then have a third day where you then go to work and go back to your routine. I think in one of the Scandinavian countries or something like that, they've actually got a 4-day week like that people do follow quite a bit. It's simply too much of a hassle whenever we prepare food ourselves in the comfort of our homes. And there really isn't much reason to eat out lately. I can't remember. I sure I saw an article about that where they're saying like there's a 4-day week program that some work companies in a certain country followed, and a lot of people like the 4-day working weeks instead of the 5-day ones, the typical. And a lot of people like it. They say the quality of life is better. But obviously, it's got a bit of a hard sell to do 4-day weeks suddenly. It's simply too much hassle when we compare food to ourselves in the comfort of our homes, and there isn't really much reason to eat out lately. What with life going on a busy streak? No time for long lines. Better spend that doing something productive. Yes?
Lucky there isn't one tonight.
Only a few people hiding around the counter. 4 of them, in fact. A woman in her 60s and a teenager busy with his phone. Both are just waiting to be served their orders. The other 2, a posh-looking man and a child who I immediately recognize as Kylie, appear to have not yet picked anything they want. For some reason, my stir lingers at the guy. Though dressed relatively well and looks harmless, I haven't seen him around these parts before. Someone new in the neighborhood, perhaps? Even so, there's something familiar in him. Feels like I've seen him somewhere before. It also begs the question of why Kylie is with him. Of course, the girl usually takes a liking to anyone who buys her sweets, so it's both a bit worrisome and unsurprising. The blonde boy doesn't look particularly thrilled with the company, though. I turn my eyes away from him soon enough once the guy at the counter appears, ready to take my order. What's Luke Wright doing with Kylie? But I'd also hate to be accused of ogling strangers.
2, evening special, takeout.
He's already punching the order before I even finish. Saying my order out loud is really more for formality's sake, and made out of habit. He has known Isabel and I long enough that if we ever drop by here, he already knows it's always because I'm buying dinner for the 2 of us. A work week should only be 40 hours. I'm willing to sit here alone if I can help it, but Isabel can sometimes be a bad influence. He sees me a sore smile before waiting to prepare my order while I fish for my wallet when...
Look, you little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave? I would just like 10 minutes of peace and quiet.
A work should only be 40 hours. Any work past 8 hours gets sloppy a day. Well, I work from... Well, technically I'm supposed to work from 8:45 a.m. to 3:30, which is... Let me calculate that for a second. That's the hours I'm supposed to come into work at as a TA1. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Scrapping that, that's 6:45 technical hours, although I come in a bit earlier than that. I could be there at 2:45, but I technically come in earlier to take care of some stuff in preparation for the school day, so I don't actually do that. But that's the working hours I'm paid for. So 6:45 times 5 is 13:30, 20:15, 27. Okay, so I work about 34 hours a week. But that's just the technical hours. I probably work about total, and then of course there's 2 hours, there's an hour and a half extra on Wednesday because of the training, so that's maybe more like 35 hours, maybe, no, 34, yeah, about 35 and a half hours. And with the extra half hour I put in every morning to get things ready, that would be taking it up to 35 and a half. Okay, 38, we'll say 38 hours a week. So I guess I'm lucky enough I get about just under the 40. I get at a parfait. I don't think I have, no. Someone get Commander Space Cat for painting the background over there. Yeah, it's a nice one. I reckon that Commander Space Cat might like this game. Maybe. If he does visual novels at all.
You said you'll get me some bread pudding this time.
Okay, this is getting creepy. How does he know her and why is he buying her ice cream?
Yeah, well, darling, they said they ran out of it.
Why the fuck is he buying her ice cream?
Just pick another one so we can be on our way.
That parfait doesn't look as cute as the one my mom bought me.
Parfait is just ice cream, sweetheart. It'll melt no matter how dainty it appears. In the end, it'll all look like an ugly puddle.
Where's my bread pudding?
Now, come on, just pick one. It could even be the most expensive one on that list. I don't give a shit. care. I don't care. Oh, what I would give for someone to buy you off my hands right now.
What? My whole attention immediately snaps back to them in a conversation. Jumping to conclusions is something I'm particularly fond of, as we know I have its basic assumptions. But you can't really trust a stranger these days. No one in a cafe seems to acknowledge his words either. Very suspicious words. Still, I don't move, yet. But my hand has already shifted from my wallet to the book I'm carrying. A hard-bound textbook. Looks harmless, but if this situation calls for it, it might be a good deadly weapon. Might. I haven't gotten a chance to try it anywhere so far. Today could be the day.
But you promised.
Look, if you don't want a parfait, how about a Bonifay pie? I'm sure it'll taste just as good as any other bread pudding. I'll even buy you the entire tray. How does that sound?
That's not what you said before.
Well, sweetheart, adults change their minds sometimes.
You said if I come with you, you'll buy me a bread pudding, and I did. And now you won't keep your promise. I want to go home. I miss my mom.
No, darling, if I remember correctly, and I have a good memory, honey. What I said was, if you come quietly with me, I might buy you one. The quiet part didn't happen. Though now that I'm sober, I think this is a bad idea. And I should just ship you someplace else for that peace and quiet.
Oh, that's it. No hesitation. In a few paces within my reach and without warning, I'm slamming the flat area of the book against his skull.
Ow!
There's a cry of pain followed by him instantly crouching down, hands nursing the sore spot. Almost comically, if this were a different situation and the safety of the St. Goretti students is at stake, I'd probably feel sorry for him. I mean, has anyone seen how thick this book is?
Get behind me, Kylie.
Miss Pink!
It's amusing how fast her expression changes from the pouty one earlier to something that had utter delight upon seeing me. There's no time for any pleasantries, not even clear ones, because soon the man strains and I'm readying my favourite newfound weapon for another hit. As at this time he's ready, and before I can land another one, his hand shoots up to catch my wrist in a firm hold. And the look on his face.
Bloody hell, woman! What's your problem?
To say he's pissed would be a complete understatement. Had I been the weak-willed sort, I'd probably cower under his sharp gaze, but that simply isn't how I roll. If he thinks he can scare me in a duty police area just because I'm a woman or whatever his reasons may be, he's got another thing coming for him. So instead I return it to him with the same intensity, with the same
What's
venom.
my problem? You're the one who has a problem here. Rotten bowbags like you don't deserve the freedom to run this town. What are you doing to this girl?
And why is that any of your business, pray tell?
Oh, it's my business if I make it to be. Now, release me or I'll call the police.
You think that scares me, Daisy?
I have a name, you sleazy douchebag.
Oh, I'm sure.
His grip on my hand will be tightens when I attempt to shake it off. His tone may be dripping with anger and sarcasm, but the gleam in his eyes says it all. He's getting a kick out of this. Riling people up, getting on their nerves, invading their personal space. He knows exactly what and which buttons to push. The nerve of this person. The nerve of this arsehole. If he thinks I'm going to have him given to his goading pleas, he might as well just kiss his sorry behind. In fact, why not do the most sensible thing right now? Teach him a tough lesson.
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space.
Yeah, we're going for the nuts. A fair warning. Oh no, we're going to have negative with Luke. Who cares? Further than I can offer for people of this kind, and I'm already being considerate. Hell, this also doesn't even deserve a warning. If he doesn't listen, well, he's as much responsible for what will happen next as anyone.
Or else what? Such vulgar words coming out of that pretty mouth. A gorgeous flower like you shouldn't even be saying.
Don't say I didn't warn you, bowbag.
Love that intensity, Daisy. FYI, I like feisty in a woman. It gives them this certain charm. Why don't you?
5.
A second of silence, and without any preamble, my leg was in one fluid motion towards a swift, powerful, well-placed kick to his nether regions, achieving him what nuts and bolts. Needless to say, the effect is instantaneous. He yelps, abruptly drops his hold on me, and kneels over, howling from the pain. I can see a tears falling at the corners of his eyes too, for the mere sight of it prevents not an ounce of remorse from me. I would have been gentler if he isn't such a dirty little prick with an ego too big for his head. Too bad. Whether this obliterates any chance of him ever creating reigns to be known, but a part of me is already praying he doesn't ever breed after this. We have no need of him in this world.
You mad woman!
I warned you, you ass!
Why, this is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
Then why don't you tell that to the police once they get here,
You despicable! Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true. You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
Harassment!
Oh? You don't think a stranger luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion? You have a very funny definition of suspicious, asshole. Maybe you're the one who should have that head of yours checked.
The kid asked me to buy her sweets. You're the one who's suspicious here. I'll have you know, I have a wife!
That much at least appears to have a sliver of truth to it. Even makes a show of brandishing his left hand to my face with much flourish. Sure enough, a wedding ring is there, but all that earned him is an unimpressed glare from me. Immediately a small part of me feels sorry for whoever, whatever, poor woman married this sod. I don't understand why he has to bring her up either, as if the mention of her alone will magically present a solution to his problem. She must surely be a remarkable woman if she can handle a dirtbag like him.
And even my wife of all people in this bloody city, has never, I'm telling you, accused me of such a scandalous thing! You crazy woman!
Married or not, you're still a sleaze. Honestly, I feel...
Miss Pink, why are you fighting with my Teal?
Whatever words still left to be said there dies on my tongue. The same thing goes for the sleaze. Besides her stands Kylie, gawking us with that same curious stare she often brings with her. I know that look all too well, a precocious child through and through. She doesn't say anything further. Her gaze simply moves between us, eyeing us both carefully, clearly anticipating an answer. From my experience, when it gets like this with children her age, it's a sure sign they won't leave you until you've given them an answer they're satisfied with. Lying won't do either. It has dissolved into a shouting match, for heaven's sake. And she did just say Tio? Something falls straight to the pit of my stomach at that, but my tone is gentle when I finally address her, void of any apprehension at what might be the first hints of embarrassment. I pointedly ignore the latter. It can very well just be the hunger speaking.
Kylie, sweetie, do you know this oaf?
Yeah, he's Teal Luke.
Right at that moment, my brain stops. Every line of thought, every argument I still have against the man beside me dissipates in a haze. Amidst all of it, one memory gets triggered from a few days ago.
Tio? The one you mentioned before? The uncle? The guy Rowan wanted to impress? Or was that a dare? I'm sorry, I can't recall. Is it the one who promised he'll take Big Brother someplace cool?
Yeah, the one and the same. Don't you know who he is?
I sure as hell don't, darling. Because if I do, I wonder where anything I said there would come out of my mouth.
It's my Teal Luke, gazillionaire extraordinaire, am I? No, the fairy godfather.
He's your godfather. That's nice.
The one and only. Did I get that right, Tio?
More than right, sweetheart.
Yeah, he still deserved it for being an asshole anyway.
I'm sure Miss Pink here understood everything you said quite perfectly.
Whatever it is that whined at the bottom of my stomach prior shot straight up to my face and stayed there. The heat from it slowly sprayed into my cheeks, coloring my face in almost the same shade as my hair. If only the earth would swallow me whole here and now. His eyes are on me, I can feel them jeering, mocking. I can't even bring myself to look at him. Yeah, he still deserves it for being an asshole for what other things he does. He flirts with other people. He's very arrogant, shall we say. Amusement? I doubt it. He's playing the time of his life right now, but I know. I can hear the sneer in his tone when he talks. He has that smug grin on him, which I may or may not want to punch off his face at present, just for the hell of it. But damage control. I need to do some damage control before this whole thing goes south. Of course, an apology is the most appropriate thing to say. But no matter how much I will myself to do it, my own body refuses to budge, my own mouth refuses to open, and my head rejects the very idea of looking at him. No apology for an asshole, not to mention someone with an ego too big for his head. Where his pride suffer, I am not going to eat my words for the sake of stroking his damn ego. Less reason for him to gloat. Kylie, however, had an explanation.
Don't worry, Kylie. I'm not fighting with your Tio. This is just, a discussion. A very serious discussion between a very mature adult and one that's not.
Really? But I've never seen Tio angry before.
It's because he's losing the argument. But don't ever follow his example, Kylie. You should always learn to be patient, even if things aren't going your way, okay?
Oh sure, a discussion. And it involves hitting random strangers you meet at a cafe with a book. A hard-bound book. Mind you, the little me hasn't recovered yet. If my future generation never survives from this, we are going to have more than words, woman!
I don't allow Carrie here is to raid and cover both of her ears with my hands. As fond as she is of the man, these are words she shouldn't be saying in front of a child. How can he not know about that? More importantly, how on earth did someone like him become a godfather? Who allowed it? Maybe I should talk to Miss Suarez about it, warn her how he's not a bad influence for her children.
Language! How can you use such crude words in front of her? Your goddaughter can hear you, for heaven's sake.
Oh, and you didn't. If I remember everything correctly, you called me a rotten bow.
So you're going to repeat it in front of her, just to make a point? What, are you 5? Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
Even as Isabella, I could say that with much certainty.
Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
See what I mean?
Are you fighting again?
Oh, no. Like I said, we were just having a discussion. We're actually done now. But you need to promise Miss Pink you will never grow up like this guy. Good kids don't do what he's doing.
But I like Tio.
And I'm quite sure Tio likes you too. But liking people is different. Just because you like him doesn't mean you have to be like him. There are better role models for you aside from him.
Like you?
Not exactly what I'm trying to get at. But if that's what you want, I don't see why not.
Okay, I want to be like Miss Pink someday. I want to be a teacher, and I promise I won't be like Tio, even if he's a gazillionaire.
Wow, turning my own goddaughter against me.
Yeah, that being said, if that lady from the story with Hannah is true, then apparently he had an affair with his wife. And who knows, maybe this is a goddaughter? How does he have a goddaughter if he's married, though? Oh wait, no, I guess you can have a goddaughter because it doesn't require to have an affair or anything, doesn't it? Because my friend has a goddaughter as well.
How mature of you, Miss Pink.
His tone makes me pause. For the first time since his talk started, I look at him. Briefly, something flashes behind his eyes. Something close to what might be an expectation failing? Dismay? I can't be sure. It passes almost as soon as it appears. What's that about? Does he actually like having Kylie around? It doesn't seem like it from the get-go, but if Fonz Valentine is anything to judge by, then maybe...
Don't worry, Tio. If you buy me bread pudding tonight, I'll like you again.
Aw, if that's all it takes, consider it done, sweetheart. We might have to find another place to buy it from, though. Somewhere safe, where a random crazy woman isn't going to attack us out of the blue. Let's go.
Okay. Bye, Miss Pink. I still like you, just not more than Tio anymore. See you.
Clara's already pulling him to the cafe's exit, but though I can protest on it. Although it's not like there's anything to object on further. I may view that man, Luke, as someone hateful, maybe to the point of seeing him as an eyesore, but I don't think that'll have any bearing on what the child thinks of him. When you think about it, if she admires him so much like that, then maybe there's still something agreeable in him. A part of him only Kylie sees. He still has to go to wink at me before they both disappear behind the door, so maybe not. However, there's no moment to ponder about it. Seconds later, the guy at the counter waves me over and hands me a paper bag as soon as I've paid. He offers me another smile before I leave. Normally I return it simply for the sake of returning it, but I don't at all, with the latter happening more commonly. For the time being I do so freely. After that encounter and the scene we've caused, seeing a friendly gesture being extended to me, a bleat from a person I barely know on a personal level, feels like a reassurance despite bearing no promise of better days. I take what little I can of it with me as I step out into the night. The cloudless night sky greets me and I walk out of the cafe. Beyond the tall buildings, a blanket of stars spreads out before me. Isabella once told me that the best place to view it is someplace outside the city, away from the noise and the obtrusive lights. She'd seen it once in her mum's hometown and another time in the university she used to attend. Then she asked if it's possible to try it out here sometime. I agreed with her at the time, if only because she appeared excited at the mere prospect of it. We made those little plans along with Zachary and Ashton. Though up until now, we never got around it. Even so, I found myself enjoying this, despite being told it's only half the experience. Little things, you know? Stuff you learn to appreciate when you're alone. because at certain times you get to meet people who are unfortunately born with the innate talent to ruin the mood and obscene with their mere existence alone. For example, the very driver of the car fast approaching my direction. Luckily, he doesn't notice me. It does Cesar books, but the fleeting moment we pass each other by gives me a brief glance on the people he's with. Kylie's sitting on the back seat with a serving of bread pudding in her hands, and beside him, it must be his wife. Oh yeah, that's his wife, all right. Yeah, he takes a turn and disappears at the nearest corner. Oh yeah, that's his fucking wife. Sure. Wild-haired, crazy-looking wife. I suppose it could be Hannah, but because at this point, I think in terms of the story, this is where she's possessed. Oh no, that happens later, actually. Never mind. But throughout the night, that cursory glimpse of all things to bother me has left me wondering what kind of person his wife is. And more than that, is a silent prayer to the universe. I hope I don't ever cross paths with that douche again. We will, actually, in a sleigh. After having such an eventful day, anyone will think nothing will surprise me anymore. I'm so looking forward to seeing Luke's perspective. He's going to have a hell of a story to tell when we get to it. No, that's not his wife, though, Durdle. His wife is, This is his wife. But here I am, standing at the top of the stairwell, watching an odd scene unfold before me. Belief causes my mind first, followed by confusion.
What is she doing there?
Although, given what happened this morning, the question feels a bit inappropriate to ask directly. What's important is Isabella's here. She's sitting cross-legged in the hallway, just right in front of her room with several papers and folders scattered about. Each of them seems as important as the next. More than once, upon giving the scene a quick scan, I spot Briar Realty's logo at the topmost area of the pages. Everything considered, it looks like a mess made by a third grader working on crunch time. The landlady will have a few things to say about this when she finds out. I have a few things to say about this myself, in fact. But something in the calm, focused manner she holds herself at present keeps me from disturbing her with that reminder. She's going through each paper with this intensity. Her brows are furrowed, lips in a tight line, both hands moving in precise movements as she shifts through each sheet. When she finds something of note, she moves closer, nose almost touching whatever paper she's holding, and grabs her phone to call someone.
Hello. Sorry to call you this late. There's something I just want to confirm, if that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Thanks anyway. Not that one either.
It's a cycle. She goes through call after call, and after the last one ends, she shuffles through the pile again and dials another number. Is it work? I've never seen her this engrossed with her own work before. Otherwise, she would have noticed my presence the moment I'd reached our floor. After the 9th call, she still appears as oblivious to it as when I've arrived. When she lets out a loud sigh this time, I immediately take that as an opportunity to interrupt.
Isabella, you know the house rules here.
At once, her head jerks back and hits the concrete wall behind her with a thump. There's the Isabella I know. Glad it's still there. I allow a moment to nurse it before speaking again.
Becca, you're late.
Yeah, I ran into a little trouble at the cafe. But I brought food for the two of us, if you haven't eaten anything yet.
As anticipated, she grins once I bends to bag of food I'm holding. Yet it doesn't reach her eyes. There's something of the cheerful glint in it this time. Just a hollow tone for the sake of being polite. Ashton's right. Something's happened.
Yeah, maybe later. I've got to finish this first. Just leave it here. I'll eat it once I'm done. Thanks, Becca.
You can't eat this here. You know how the landlady would react. Why are you even working outside? Your room's right there.
I know. Sorry. It just feels stuffy in my apartment right now. I'll go back inside once everything's been aired out. I promise.
That has never bothered you before.
Well, it bothers me now.
Oh, really? Just now? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah? Shouldn't you be happy? I mean, you've been complaining even if it's not your room. Now I know how you're feeling when it's messy, so I'm going to clean. Isn't that a good thing?
In spite of what's supposed to be good news, the exhale comes to me drawn out and slow.
It's a good thing, Isabella. Believe me. But you're as bad as Zachary at lying. What's really going on?
She hastily averts her eyes, a surefire indicator this is going to be one of those lengthy conversations that could possibly end with the other person angry. again. It's one thing I'd like to avoid tonight at all costs. Still, I've made a promise to Ashton and Zachary. If she didn't talk to them, who else is she going to talk to? If she keeps this all to herself, she knows what might happen.
Isabella, you can tell me. Is it about your family?
A slight movement of her lips, although a frown is a reaction at least. I'm getting there.
Rose?
She merely shakes her head, just a little more.
Come on, I know something happened. I don't know if it's because of Rose, but I know it's related to her somehow. You weren't here when I visited this morning, and both Zachary and Ashton are worried about you. If you don't want to tell them, you can tell me. Does it have something to do with work? Office?
If I didn't know, I might have missed it. She shifts then, her fist clenching tight and teeth biting the lower lip, and there's fear. The look of terror in her is the last thing I expected to see out of everything. Her mouth trembles briefly before she opens them. When she finally voices it out, the words simply spill out of her mouth. One after another. All of it. True to what I've promised her, I listen. Because this is something she's been keeping to herself, even from the two most dependable people I know. The fact she chooses to tell me speaks a lot to me.
Becca, she was there again. Last night? In the office? Boss passed me all of Rose's lurk load yesterday. For the Ermengarde mansion. I had to stay late to finish them all.
Yeah, the event she's talking about is what happened at the end of her story before we switched over to the to Hannah's perspective. We left it on a cliffhanger of being invaded by the ghost in her office.
And then, when I was about to go home, I saw her. I saw her again. She was standing in front of me again last night, Becca. I couldn't get away. She was blocking the door. If I hadn't hidden myself, even if I made the tiniest noise, if she found me, Becca, she almost did. If she saw me under my table, I think that would have been the end of it. I'm scared. I'm so scared I won't be able to do anything.
By the end, her hands are trembling and her breathing comes on in rasping intervals. For a long moment, I let the silence stretch out between us, while her sobs fill it instead. But even as her soft whimpers die down minutes later, there's a heaviness hanging in the air. Not just from her, but also from me. From my exploration over this whole matter. From my own frustrations over her stupid superstitions, when she could do us all a favour and grow a backbone. She may be young, but she's no longer that young. It's about time to put an end to this. She can't keep going on like this. She's still got plenty of years to live out. And what if she goes home? What if we're no longer there to keep her fears in line with what's real? What would she do then? I'm more afraid for her, for what that kind of imagination would do to her, than of what some imaginary monster could. But with the man she's looking at me right now, there's an expectation in it, a hope and a plea, shown together. She wants me to believe her this time. If it's like that, then what am I supposed to say now? What she wants to hear or what she needs to? As much as I want to set her straight, a reprimand isn't what she needs right now. With that pouty face she's given me, I doubt it'll even end well if I push it. I know her. When she wants to be stubborn, she's stubborn. But there are moments when she should be acquiescing too. Times when she'll be more accepting of what I tell her, despite her inclination to disagree with it. That talk can wait. In the meantime, I'll be the ear that listens to her without judging her, without criticizing her, despite my own opinions.
You should have called me.
She stares at me like I've grown over her head, and her laughter slips out before I can stop myself.
There? I can't do that! What will you do? Hit her with a book? You'll be dead before that happens. And...
That isn't what I'm talking about. After you got out, you should have phoned me. You didn't have to go to Zachary's.
The corners of her mouth curl up, a sheepish smile by general definition, but this is Isabella. Her smiles are never half-hearted, never lacks her high spirits. In spite of this, I know everything's going to be okay. Somehow. After all, she's learned how to pick herself up long ago, long before we met.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't even remember how I ended up in Zach's place. I was in a hurry to get out of the office, and it was already late. Besides, I don't really think you'll believe me if I wake you up over something like that.
That's beside the point. True or not, there are people who will always be concerned about you. There's Zachary, but he's the first person you went to, and you didn't tell him anything. You just slept there. There's Ashton too, and me. But how do you think I'll be able to explain to your aunt or your family if you suddenly disappeared? Think about that.
Right. I'll remember that next time.
Then she grins, playful and mischievous, a preamble to an old banter. It's still not quite there, still not quite our usual self, but with it, I know we're bound to get her back soon.
Mom. I told you not to call me that.
I send an elbow to the side for added measure, but when laughter follows the familiar gesture, none of it is unexpected. This is what's comfortable. This is how we found equal ground despite our stark differences. So for the moment, I accept things as they are. Afterwards, a hush stretches out before us. For Isabella, this is rare. This isn't her. Yet in this moment, as she fills with the edge of another paper near her, as she hugs her knees close to herself and lets a pensive expression linger on it, it feels strangely fitting. As if this is where things are supposed to lead if we allowed it long ago. Seconds away, the moment is broken by the sound of a door easing opening and a voice begging some little peace.
How many times have I told you girls not to loiter around the hallway? It's noisy. Some people here are trying to sleep. Quiet down or go do your talking inside. I'm pinning a memo to your door the next time this happens. Millennials.
No. Millennials. That's what she comes out with.
Sorry, we won't do it again.
You'd better.
The door closes and Isabel starts gathering the mess she's made, carefully sticking them all in her arm. At a loss for what to do, I up and pick them for the first time I get a closer look at it. Completely unintentional, of course, but it catches my attention nonetheless. Nevertheless, and a confused frown makes its way to my face. Why is she looking through this? I walk to her for an explanation, but she merely ignores the question in my eyes, takes the paper off my hands and finishes cleaning up. The last paper she puts on top is a letter, the one she supposedly found in the mansion and what's probably the root cause of this odd behaviour. I shoot her a questioning look for that too, but all she gives me is a smile, and in a halting tone, so completely unlike her.
Becca, I'll find a way out of this. You guys don't have to worry about me. Anyways, I should go. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Getting myself some food. Don't wait for me.
Isabella walks away before I can stop her, before I can remind her I've bought food enough for the two of us. She quickly disappears down the stairwell while I'm left standing in an empty hallway, holding 2 bags of takeout. One of them will go uneaten tonight, just an innocent passing thought, one that I don't dwell much on as I head back to my room. I ignore all of it in the same way I've assumed I won't ever encounter that douche again. But you probably will, right? Well, anyway, that's the end of that. At least he's told her about the ghost again. That's always nice. The brief lull of the past 2 days has offered as nice while it lasted. Or as nice as it can get with worries of Isabella's whereabouts creeping up to me every now and then. She hasn't showed up after that last talk we had in the hallway, and the dinner I've bought had since been given to a different neighbour before it spoils. By all means, there shouldn't be anything to lose sleep over. She's gone on work trips before, usually for a day or two. This might simply be one of those, although it's often with a message saying exactly where. But it's a dour note she has ended the last chat with ignored.
Like an ugly premonition.
And as expected, just as things start to settle and a steady rhythm finally worms its way back to my routine, Thursday morning brings further disturbance to the now calm waters. With little ceremony, but still enough to ripple through everything. In retrospect, I really should have seen this coming. Buckspawn is a small city, relatively speaking, compared to, say, London or Glasgow. It's nothing but a tiny mass of land boasting a mere population of 68,000. But those numbers alone are nothing to scoff at when standing in a busy street. And if you pay close enough attention, faces taking the crosswalk or riding the subway will soon grow familiar. How unfortunate that, out of that number, it has to be T.O. fucking Luke I encounter more than once.
Oh, you know, a few problems popping up here and there that the agents failed to tell us somehow. Nothing a few hired hands can't fix, of course. I would have preferred a place near the city and something that's new to save us all the trouble, but darling wife insisted. Who am I to say no?
Ah, are you kidding me?
His smug head is the first thing I see upon turning into the hall, in spite of the small crowd of parents and students gathered at the corridor for the primary's career day. There's not that he stands out, he's pretty unremarkable at first glance, frankly. However, it's his countenance that draws people's eyes to him. The manner he carries himself with all the confidence in the world, his mere presence dwarfing everything around him. I'm willing to make a bet he's also enjoying the attention it garners him, especially the ones coming from the women.
What an ass.
I signal glance at him and I know immediately that one way or another, if we ever bump into each other again, my day will effectively be ruined in some capacity. He also exudes valor. The sort that makes you want to run him over with a sorry and pass it off as an unfortunate accident. With him, it's either you want to punch him or let yourself be charmed. There's no in between. I'd rather do the honour of the former myself, but alas, there are people around us. Now I'm stuck trying to face one of the two.
I shouldn't have volunteered.
At the time, helping out sounded like a good idea. I've no classes left today until after lunch. I could obviously stay at the teacher's lounge and work on my lesson plans, but that means being left alone with our deputy head of this chatter. He's a good man, but crivens, he can talk anyone's ears off. Yeah, this is supposed to be part of the This is supposed to be taking place in the UK. You are correct, Durdle. It doesn't exactly say where in the UK, but it's a place called Luxbourne, which is probably some fictional location, obviously. So the moment an opportunity rose, I jumped on it. It's a simple task to boot. Just deliver a whole box of materials and a few posters for the event, maybe stay around to assist if time will allow it. I just wasn't expecting him to show up here. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Had I known, I'd have stayed and suffered for our deputy's impromptu speeches about his life crisis instead. But what's done is done. Going back is also out of the question. With how unexpectedly heavy the load I'm carrying is, I'd hate to work this for a trip back just because my pride can't take another second of interaction with the guy. He's insufferable, alright, but I've had my fair share of dealings with teens of, more or less, the same temperament, all considerably younger than him, and they listened. If he wants to be difficult like last time, so be it, but he can bet his sorry English arse I'm not standing down. Left with no other choice, I brace myself and suck in a breath, mustering every bit of patience I have as I step into the hall. My grip on the box tightens when they pull it closer to me, and attempt to assume a low-key air as I amble towards the room. The box is not big enough to hide my face, even with the stuff piled on top, but if all else fails, I can just hit him with it. Still, a small prayer forms in my head. If there's even one listening out there, please grant me enough restraint. Better yet, I hope he doesn't notice me at all. That'll definitely make my life easier. Seriously, how hard can it be? He's standing a few ways from the door, and there's plenty of people between us to use for cover. If I'm careful, I can just go in, hand the stupid box to whoever's in charge, forget every plan of staying longer than necessary, and step out as soon as I can. Easy as pie. But as luck would have it, the exact moment I reach the room's threshold, someone, barrels towards me. She latches onto my waist before toppling the sudden commotion with a gleeful squeal.
I knew it's you!
The force of it nearly throws me off balance, sending the item stacked atop the box tilting dangerously to the side. With the shouts I had waited at my waist, putting me on the spot and both of my hands occupied, watching is the only thing I'm able to do. The short seconds in between swells as everything gradually slides off the box's small surface. Under different circumstances, it was made for a funny story some other time. Comical even. Until another set of hands have reached out and staged the posters ready to take a nosedive right to the floor.
Oh, careful now, Daisy. Don't make a mess here.
My entire body freezes. Upon hearing his voice alone, an irrational impulse to hit him immediately bubbles up. But before my limbs could catch up with what my brain is currently screaming at me, he moves to take the burn off my arms. Irritation gives way to surprise, then confusion. It is in that moment when instinct finally kicks in and I tuck the box closer to me before he can fully lift it up.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? You're surprisingly slow on the uptake for someone of your profession, aren't you? Bloody, doesn't this school have people for this kind of work? So much for being a center of academic excellence.
I'm going to ignore that slight to my alma mater and my work, because that's not what I'm trying to get at. You know what? Why don't we just rephrase that to something you'll easily understand? Why exactly are you doing this?
Well, you look like you could use a bit of help. Have you seen your face while you were heaving this around?
Mister, I'm pretty sure if there's ever a look on my face, it's entirely because I saw something extremely unpleasant this morning.
Aren't you a ball of sunshine today, Daisy? Having a bad day, aren't we?
Oh, you have no idea.
I'd put it away if I were you. You might scare the children.
You don't have to worry about that. This isn't my department. I was just asked to bring these. Anyway, I can handle this myself, mister. The room's just right over there. Behind you, in fact. Now, if you could please move over and make way, it would do the whole world some good.
Keeping my voice level throughout is a miracle in itself, but regardless of how polite my request is, he doesn't budge. Did what I just said merely fly over his head? Were my choice of words really that difficult to comprehend? Surely it shouldn't be that hard. I think he might just be a little touched in the head. I'd like to ask him about it actually, but Kyra chooses that instant to pipe in.
Don't worry, Miss Pink. Tio's strong. You can leave this to him. My papa does it lots of times, but I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone. Tio says it's
confidential, Munchkin.
That's right. Tio's smart, isn't he, Miss Pink?
No, he's not possessed. He's just an asshole. A rich asshole. That's pretty much it. I'm still of the opinion that he's a piece of shite, but I must admit his goddaughter's excitement is contagious, as always. He might be possessed. He might end up becoming possessed like his wife did, but we don't know that for sure. The only thing we've seen around him is an aura. And the only time we saw him with Zachary later in the journal was he was acting pretty much himself. Yeah, he's being haunted by a shadow of a ghost, but I don't think he's possessed. But he's always been an asshole. I've known that from his interactions in the other characters' perspectives. Yes, it did look like the ghost, but he's not possessed, as far as I can tell. She has yet to punch him in a place, but to be honest, I'm starting to lose some feeling on my stomach with how tight she wound
I'm sure he is, Kylie. But I'm also sure he'll find better use for it elsewhere.
Like helping you out.
Oh, well, that's one thing, but...
You heard the kid.
No one's asking you.
Oh, you wound me, woman.
And I'm quite certain I can do more damage than that. Shall we give it a try? Again?
He pales, stammers for a bit, until he ultimately decides against saying anything and stares for a brief show of discomfort instead. He's probably having flashbacks to the last time we met. His composure when he finally regains some of his bearings says it all. It's nothing short of hilarious if I do say so myself.
I'll have you know that threats never work on me, Daisy. Not in a million years, not ever.
You're assuming it's a threat. How cute.
That too. I'm not scared of you. Just because you landed a hit.
Do go on. Keep telling yourself that.
It was a fluke, you hear? I was caught off guard and your damn book left a dent. If I end up in a hospital because of what you did, I'm sending the chief of Luxburg police after you, woman.
You don't say.
Just give me that bloody box.
He snatches out of my arms before a single word of protest exits my mouth and quickly disappears behind the classroom. Not that it matters who brings it in now. My prior irritation has already melted into amusement. He's not so bad once you figure out how his temperament works. It's almost similar to a child. Though I still have to ask.
Kylie, did your Tio eat something bad before coming here? He's unusually nice today.
A far-fetched idea, I know, but it's the only reason I can think of as why this arsehole is assuming acting like a decent human he's, quite frankly, far from being. First and foremost, we didn't end our last meeting on a good note. If I were him, I'd avoid the very person who put a dent in his skull, as he so aptly put it. Why is he acting friendly 2 days later?
He always is. But I made him promise to be extra nice to you, since you helped me so much.
Aw, you're adorable.
I think you're gonna be great friends.
Oh, Kylie, your naive, childish stupidity is adorable. I quickly stomp on the urge to go around with a gag at that. He's the last person I want to be chumming with in this whole city, but Kylie doesn't need to know that.
Are you sure it's not something he ate during breakfast?
I gave him some jelly babies this morning. Really brought me lots of them. Mama said I should share, so I offered half of it to Tio when he picked me up. He likes the black ones.
Oh, that's probably why he's weird. Jelly baby overdose.
You could have done everyone a favour and choked them while he's at
Do
it.
you want some? I've got more. I couldn't find Melody or Takako this morning, but I'm sure they'll be fine sharing some of it with you.
What interesting names for friends, Melody and Takako.
No, I'm not really very fond of them. I was just asking. Oh, where's your mum, by the way?
Out of town with Papa.
An unexpected pang hits at me with her words. The statement, though innocent enough, unearths an old chunk of memories from childhood. So eerily familiar. Nights spent eating dinners alone, a number of days coming home to an empty house growing with each passing year, and sometimes several Christmas Eves spent with relatives instead of my own family. It's too late to think about it now, but when I remember, the doorway is still there. Familiar, though lessened by the years now. Beside me, Kylie takes a step back, having grown tired of clinging to me. There's nothing but cheer in her. She doesn't seem too affected by the fact. Although it makes me wonder how much of it is real, and how much is there to mask the loneliness, if there's one, What a lucky child.
Weren't they informed of Career Day beforehand?
Yeah, I told them all about it. Mama was looking forward to it.
And they still left?
Uh-huh. It's important business, so it can't be helped. They promised to tell me about it when they come back tomorrow, though. Papa said he'll give me a gift if I behave. I've been a good girl, right, Miss Pink?
You always are. But they asked they asked your Tio to look after you? For this?
Nope, they didn't.
No? Then how?
It was supposed to be Tia. Mama likes her better than Tio, so she asked her, but she's sick and had to visit the doctor today.
Oh, yeah. She's sick, alright.
Oh, that's supposed to be a secret, by the way. Oh, but I think it's a bit confusing because Tio said she also went shopping. That's unfair. Don't you think so, Miss Pink?
That
Mama doesn't allow me to go out when I'm sick. It's still okay, though, since Tio always buys me sweets before we go home. I'm gonna ask for a parfait today. Extra large. Don't tell Takako, okay?
Who is Takako exactly? Listening to her like this, it's easy to get a picture of where Kyrie's fondness for the guy comes from. She's far from a demanding child unless you've made a promise of some sort. She never forgets those. She'll make friends with anyone, wherever she is. Buy a few things and voila, you're settled. No wonder she's so attached to the man. The douche probably showers her with gifts whenever he can. I can't say if the sentiment's the same for the latter, however. He doesn't seem to type, and probably just does it for the sake of getting some peace and quiet whenever he's with the girl. Classic techniques.
But before that, I'm gonna show him to everyone first. It's gonna be great. No one else has a gazillionaire fairy godfather. Also, when I grow up, I'm gonna be exactly like him and marry someone really handsome. Like Tia did. That way, I can be awesome too.
She's referring to Hannah there. There's some sort of misguided logic in there I'd like to correct. But before I can say my piece, douchebag steps in, fresh out of the commotion from the classroom behind us, and plows into the conversation with every subtlety a wrecking ball has. No shite given, despite no one asking for his opinion.
Munchkin, sweetie, trust me. You don't have to marry someone for that to happen.
I don't?
Just do your thing, darling. I'm quite sure you can do great things on your own without lugging around an extra baggage with you.
Tia married you.
Kyrie drops a statement without any sort of preface, and the moment it lands, the douche finds himself grappling with the conversation.
Yeah, well, that's true, Munchkin, technically. But it's not the same thing.
A small frown creases the girl's eyebrows as she tries to comprehend Tio's rather vague explanation. It's not surprising even when weak tent is under the child's questioning gaze. It's familiar. I've seen the same look a great deal of times before, on Ashton whenever he's trying to say something he can't quite phrase. Another second passes before the douche moves, kneeling in front of Kyrie and placing both his hands on either sides of her shoulder. Kind is the last word I'll ever use to describe the man, but in this minute he's a smile on his face I can't place, tender by all means for someone as obnoxious as him. It's a curious thing to see, if not a bit odd.
Listen here, sweetie. Tia was already a great person before she met me.
She is? But I don't see her doing anything. She's always at home.
Not always, Munchkin. Did you know she's really good at numbers?
You're good with them too. You helped me with my homework once.
Well, Tia's much, much better than me. She used to do maths with big numbers.
Oh, like millions?
No, gazillions. And she's really, really good at it. So much so that her dad let her manage anything that had to do with it.
Oh, he's right. She did used to be quite smart.
That was even before she met me, too.
This is a rather interestingly open talk from Luke.
Does that mean she's better than you?
Yeah. Maths!
Oh, leagues, Munchkin. Way, way better than I'll ever be.
For some reason, I don't think he's still talking about his wife's mathematical prose as his voice trails off. Yeah, you're still an asshole, buddy, but maybe you're an asshole for the occasion when he doesn't act like an asshole around certain people. Case in point, the kid. That's why I'm going to be fascinated to hear his story. He probably is a jerk, but he might have a reason for it. If you're not paying close attention, I want to notice a change in him. The slight shift in his smile, the one that's tender, something wistful. Like remembering a memory he's always been fond of, those kind of stuff. Maybe he did get possessed at some point. Maybe. And at the fleeting glance of it, a tiny insignificant part of the world somehow also shifts. Opinions changing, impressions moving.
You know what? Why don't you ask Tia next time you have homework,
Okay, next time I'll ask her to help out.
Yeah, he has an alcohol problem. That much is very true.
See? No need to marry a good-for-nothing bloke.
Oh, he's got a bit of the self-loathing, too, it seems.
Can I also tell her to not stay at home anymore? If Tia's good at it, I'm sure she can help you out too. And Papa. He computes a lot of numbers too. Tia can help him.
The worst thing about working with kids sometimes is that kids don't do subtlety, so when they say something, they're saying exactly what they mean. And that can really throw you off sometimes when you interact with them. Because it's like, they don't grasp the concept of subtleties or not saying things directly. They'll just say some stuff like that. They'll not know of the circumstances of the other person. It's just, they say as it is. And it sometimes lends them a sense of maturity. Only sometimes, in a situation where adults kind of speak differently. You'd be an asshole too if your wife turned into a demon. No, I don't think she's turned into a demon. I think she became possessed by the former... Well, we don't really know. The last thing we saw from Hannah's perspective is that she went to the attic after a dramatic conversation at the ballroom where Luke was accused of cheating on him, pregnant with a wife. She banished her friend from the house and then started talking differently, being really cruel to people against her nature. Went to an attic, got a weird pendant, and begged Luke to stay at home. Yeah, it's a good story. I do like the story of this game. It's very, very well written. You know, the horror elements are kind of okay, not really that scary, but I like the story. It's very good. But obviously I'm not gonna... I definitely would think to stream. I would definitely think to play this offline once I've finished and got one ending. I might want to see how the story plays out. Anyway, good night, Doodle.
You go do that. I'm sure she'll love to hear it, Munchkin, even if it's been a while since.
It's a different kind of visual novel story. I'm used to like the Spike Chunsoft approach, which is complete and utter weirdness, but with incredibly clever twist in it, and lots of violence. This is more like slice of life meets supernatural horror, but the supernatural horror is such a small part. It's almost like it's barely there sometimes. You just get like hours of this. And then, oh yeah, there's a spooky thing in the background. It's definitely different, because normally the slice of life stuff gradually disappears from the frame. It's almost like a supernatural horror story where no one immediately believes in it. I never sound something, and without missing a beat, he turns Callie around and lightly pats her shoulder and suggests to end their conversation right there and here and there. Probably before he can say other things he's never intended to say, or a child is not meant to hear.
But off you go first. I think I saw your friend run off to the other classroom. The one with the pigtails? Go say hi to her. You still have those jelly babies to give her, yes?
All right. But wait for me, okay? I've got loads more to show you. They put up my drawing on the bulletin the other day. I'm gonna take you there later.
We only know that the house that they occupy used to be owned by a family who disappeared and then the committed suicide. And if you go in the mansion, the pictures on the wall look a bit like him and his wife.
I'll be back.
We don't really know the full picture of that. He soon disappears behind the small crowd, none the wiser to the sudden change of mood around it. Luke strains as soon as he's gone. The expression on his face grows less kind now there's no one to reassure. Despite that, a chuckle still escapes me. His head quickly snaps at me, an accusing glare clearing his eyes. Although it's less threatening now considering what I witnessed earlier. Funny how one person's impression someone can easily change with that minute detail.
Why are you laughing like that?
Don't mind me. I just saw something surprising today. Don't let it bother you.
You know, putting it like that won't make me any less inclined to ask. What is it, woman? If this is another one of your threats, I've already told you it isn't going to work on me. That good teacher act isn't going to fool anyone.
What makes you think it has to do with you? I could have just remembered something funny. Not everything in this world revolves around you, mister.
I am not daft, Daisy. It's on your face for all the world to see. Now, say it so we can be done with this stupid talk.
I let out another laugh. Most of the way my expressing any sort of amusement over the matter. In truth, I don't know where to start. One wrong move, one wrong word, and I might offend the man. He sounds enough for that, even if I'm about to say just mere honest observations. Ah, well, regardless of how I react, it's not like it'll have an impact on anything between us. I've no plans of getting too firm with the man, but he might have some good points. Emphasis on might. The best treatment I can hope myself is to give him to stop thinking him as a sleazy douche. Besides, after seeing that look on him, I figure someone like him can use a little compliment here and there. He probably doesn't get it much considering how coarse his own language can get.
Can't you act a wee bit polite for even a second of your life? It won't kill you. You'll easily get answers that way, you know? Instead of demanding things from people like a temperamental man-child.
I'll be nice when I want to be, woman. Don't tell me what to do.
And here I was just thinking how you're doing a brilliant job as Kylie's guardian. Was I mistaken?
Was I mistaken? What? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Stop playing dumb. I hate to admit it, but you actually seem to be good with kids. Possibly even better than most of the teachers here. What do you know?
I'm expecting him to just take it all in, blow his ego, won't even brag about it. Instead, what I get from him is a sound resembling a squawk. Or maybe that's him chucking in his own pride. I can't tell above the hubbub surrounding us. But when I glance at him, only a mortified expression is on his face.
No.
No? You should be proud of yourself. At least there's this one good thing about you. Isn't that nice to hear? Pretty sure not a lot of compliments get thrown around about you, knowing how you are.
There are a lot of good things about me, Daisy. My hair, for one. There's also my extraordinary good looks. Wax lyrical about those all you want. I'd be happy to hear it any day. Praise anything about me but that.
What is so repulsive about it? Even Kylie likes you. Shouldn't that tell you anything about yourself?
Kylie is one kid, not even my own. Trust me, you do not want to see me bring a spawn of my own into this world. It will be an abomination.
Yeah. I can empathize with that comment. I'm exactly the same way.
Is that what you keep telling yourself?
I don't intend to breed with anybody.
Maybe. Is it any of your business?
But I have a very good reason for that.
No. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is because you yourself think you're a little piece of shite and somehow it'll pass on.
Yeah, that's not the reason I have, though.
It doesn't work like that, by the way.
That last remark just came out. There might be a sliver of truth in it, but I shouldn't have phrased it like that. Even for my own standards of the kind of person I'm talking to, it's still quite rude. Mr. Icarus as a kid, though. An apology is only at my throat, but the minute I open my mouth, all of what I have prepared myself to say dissipates. What's in the moment in front of me? He has turned his gaze outside, staring at some point past the buildings, blocking the view of the sky, equaling what's in front. What I'm amazed for is that Luke fucking Wright is in a school building and there's no hubbub about this. I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot more commotion considering he's the fucking richest man in the town, probably. Yeah, it's nothing to do with that though, Kinikos. It's more the fact that my father was an asshole, my grandfather was an asshole. I have physically and genetically some quite fucked up genes, and quite frankly, as far as I am concerned, the family lineage does not lie with me. It lies with my sister, who has a nephew, who has a son, and I have a nephew. I don't need to do any of that stuff. My purpose in life is not to pursue a relationship or do any of that shit. The society and I have a lot of personal problems, and I would be terrible at that kind of thing. My purpose in life, however, is to try and entertain people, to try and help people, just try and be a nice guy and encourage people to do the best they can, give them a friendly shoulder, inspire a few people. Like with Demi Luna during the pandemic last year, when I got those very sweet messages explaining that I helped her out of a bit of a pit of depression. Or from people over the years on my streams who have looked to my streams for a source of escapism, of comfort, that kind of thing. That's what keeps driving me to continue streaming. It's why I don't really do this for the money, per se. It's nice to get a little extra every now and then from this, but I mainly do this because for me it's a good form of escapism. But I also like to think that in the process I'm also providing a good form of escapism, a comfort, a reassuring voice, something to laugh at, even if it's just being amused by my occasional rage or my stupid comments or whatever you want to call it. And, you know, as long as I'm doing that to somebody once a stream, as long as it's helping someone have a positive few hours or unwind while they map in the background and do whatever, I am content and I am happy, you know. I like to think that's my way of helping the world, of helping humanity in my own small way. For although myself, I will never really do anything significant and I'm probably going to die an old man with barely anyone around me, as long as I've helped people online with streaming or a few kids at my job go on to better lives, do things in the future, I'm more than happy with that. You don't need to have a relationship and get married and have a kid and all that shit to be happy in life. It may be programmed into us as humans, but there are other paths in life that can be far more rewarding. I always get the urges, of course, don't get me wrong, but I feel far more fulfilled from doing all this kind of stuff than I do from that. So, you know, honestly, if I ever wanted a kid, I'd rather adopt one. Rather than bring a new one into this world, I'd rather adopt one who was unlucky enough not to get the right choices. That I might consider doing in about 10 years or something. Maybe when I've got a bit more of my own life sorted out first, in my 40s. Yeah. It sounds rather depressing to hear about, and it kind of is, but that's my honest view of the world. I don't mind being the 36-year-old wizard. At least I won't be stuck in a relationship that could easily go sour and I can end up having a lifelong regret. Especially when I'm not really good at handling that kind of shit anyway. I'd be a poor boyfriend, I'd be a poor husband, I'd be a poor father. At least to a... But I might be a good father to an adopted kid, though. Anyway, sorry for this to go so deep. Let's continue. He's a vexing man under so many standards. However, in this moment, the morning light streaming from the window lends his features a certain air. It's not like anyone's going to see this anyway. No one watches these fucking streams because they all come here to watch Doom. You'll get your precious Doom and FPS soon enough. I might even play Ophidian Legends. I might just buy it and play it next month. Although, I do have other things to get on with, of course. Softer, less severe than what he often flaunts. I might as well be looking at a different man. There's a tender note in his voice when he finds it, the words muttered under his breath, not intended to anyone but himself. John, please, my views are probably maximum depression. It's even in my name. Yeah, I didn't always have that perspective on life. It's took me the last few years to gain my perspective, you know. I've only really been able to live my own life the last few years, and I'm still learning, you know. I've lived 33 years of my life under the wing of an asshole father, so... Being free to pursue my own interests a bit is nice. Nevertheless, it reaches my ears, unintentional as it may be.
You're right. She deserves someone far better than me.
All that talk about self-worth makes some sense now. It isn't some profound noise he had pulled out of his arse. It has come about because he's already been there. Why are we still stuck in the middle of it? Preaching about your own personal experience is easier, after all. Less room for mistakes, more for a dose of self-loathing. What a complicated man. Just when you thought you've already figured him out, he does one thing and says the other. People like him are the most difficult to gauge, far harder to understand. Yet it might be for exactly this reason why some are so easily charmed by him. It's the mystery that catches them, of wanting to find out what underneath that bravado. I won't count myself among those. Yet. His winning personality isn't exactly my cup of tea. But sometimes, once you get a glimpse of what's beyond that machismo, emphasizing with the man isn't such a steep hill to climb. If the comfortable silence we now share tells anything, that is. Perhaps this is as close to friendship as we can get. Several insults flung around with a few shared sounds in between, and... Oh yeah, I probably should have mentioned that, you know, that with helping people, that includes yourself, Kitty Goss, you know. When you were looking for a new PC, you know, I took an impulsive reaction, got a fundraiser, and got you that new computer. Because I thought it was a nice thing to do, the right thing to do, to help cheer you up a bit and keep you going. That's not exactly a bad thing. He's not exactly a bad guy either, despite the awkward start we've had. Man, the more I really wish this people... whatever. I'll probably play this off stream quite a bit when I've got a few moments to spare. I kind of want to see how this story ends in some aspects. Or at least maybe. We'll see. Maybe it's for this reason I can't resist throwing in a little comment to lift his mood before leaving.
You know, Luke, you're not such a bad person.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? I'm touched, Daisy.
Take it how you will, but a little attitude change would help. A lot.
Oh, bollocks. Right, of course. Let me know when you're done with your lecture, ma'am.
And you can probably start by not leaving your wife out while you're having some quality time with your goddaughter. Who knows? Maybe that'll help change how the child sees her.
Where did you even get the idea I'm leaving my wife out? Have you ever even met?
No, but I did see her with you two last time.
His indifferent expression quickly dissolves into a confused scowl, while I meet it with maximum perplexity. It has only been 2 days. Surely his memory isn't that bad.
What? When was this?
At the cafe, after you left. She was sitting right beside you. Kylie was at the back and you were driving.
Daisy, are you sure you haven't accidentally hit yourself with your own book? Because that damn thing's quite big, and I'm really getting worried about you. It has only been a few days, and concussions can be dangerous. I suggest you have that checked.
Well, you asked. I just answered. It's pretty rude to make her wait like that, by the way.
How can I make her wait when she's not even with us?
What?
It was just Kylie and I that night.
Now you're just pulling my leg.
Rukik's sale was long and drawn out as impatience rapidly changing the companionable way around us. In the face of it, I tense. I've accidentally stepped into another minefield. Any chat I've had with him so far has been like this. Why it still surprises me escapes me, but above my worries of a found man is my own bewilderment. I remember well enough what I saw that night, and he said something completely different.
Wifey was out with Kylie's mummy that night. She wasn't with us. How do you think I ended up on babysitting duty?
But in the front seat. And Kylie's...
Miss Pink!
Kylie's sobs reached my ears. Oh, so he didn't know she was there either, obviously. Kylie's sobs reached my ears first, and then her familiar weight returns around my waist again. Hot tears seep through my blouse as she buries her face in it, her arms winding tightly around me. Luke and I briefly exchange worried glances, his own lips shut tight with concern. His cries are soft enough to attract much attention. Most of the visitors have been rushing inside rooms by now anyway. Those that still linger will watch our little group with great interest and concern. If I don't get a better handle of the situation, I have a feeling Luke will start yelling at everyone soon. Kneeling, I gently pull the girl away from me, cupping her face and wiping away tears, creating little trails on her cheeks. I think I have an idea where this is going to head, but I'll say nothing for now. Her mouth is drawn in a miserable pout when she peers up at me.
Alright, Kylie. Calm down. What happened?
It's my friend!
That's a little too vague, Munchkin.
Let her speak, Luke. Who is it, Kylie? Melody? Or was it the other one?
Yeah.
Did the two of you fight?
She nods and immediately climbs up after, letting her sobs communicate the story instead. Oh, as much as her shaking shoulders could tell me. Right behind me, Luke gives a nervous huff while he shifts on his feet. He must not be used to handling children crying. What a wuss.
Sweetie, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Now I really know what is going to happen, I think. Seconds pass before she responds again. The tears are already gone when she finally musters the strength to talk. Her cries subside to mere sniffles.
I wanted to give her the rest of the jelly babies, but she won't come out.
Where? Where is she?
In the little girl's room.
Is she still there?
Another nod.
She won't say what's wrong. I kept asking her, but she told me to go away. Career Day's going to start soon. I saw the prizes Miss Alice will give us for good. She's gonna miss it.
Is that what you told her?
Yeah, she won't listen. She won't even take the jelly babies. After I saved it for her, too. She and Luke wanted to eat the red ones, but I told him it's not for him. Miss Pink, can you talk to her? Tell her to come out, and I'm really upset with her.
Ah, just a little childish argument then. Times like this I'm glad I teach teenagers mature enough to pay squabbles. I do love being around children. I won't mind having one or two of my own in the future, but it takes a whole different level of patience to teach several of them. No fucking kidding me. I have to deal with shit like this every day at my job, and I have one of the nicest classes in the school, and they're all fucking teenagers, and they're all squabble, squabble, squabble. They're all nice classes though, to be fair. They just are teenagers, and it makes it a bit more difficult to handle this year. I also admire my colleagues who willingly took the challenge. Normally I'd leave this for their homeroom teachers to fix, but I can't just ignore the imploring look she shoots me. That's another weakness I'll have to steel myself against before I ever think of having one of my own. For now, I give in to it.
Okay, tell me where she is, sweetie.
Sighing, I stand up and gesture for her to lead the way. Luke trails quietly behind us. Even with the small distance in between, his apprehension is palpable. Understandably so. No one wants to be caught in the middle of a children's spat. But in the end, this is all just a part of my job. My friend crying in the little girl's room. I can't just shy away from it, can I? Kylie escorts us to an adjacent hall. At this hour, the corridors and the rooms lying at sides are empty. Save for the gentle rustling of leaves, the twittering of birds outside, and the tapping of our foot against the door. The whole area stays eerily quiet. Not unusual, though. This is the part of the building reserved for club activities at the end of the school day, and with the rest of the school busy with another event, it's only natural for it to be this deserted. Come afternoon, right after class, will once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the tours at the far end, heading straight for it. Luke stays behind, opting to wait at the end of this drama instead, obviously not planning to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Callie follows right after me, and usually silent as we approach the ladies' room. Before we made the turn down the hallway, she just stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is
Probably to brace her
falling
calm herself,
down,
or maybe this is a way of
my
preparing to pull around
fair
out of the sulk.
lady.
It certainly reminds me of another person. I make no remarks on it, however. It's all part of growing up, they say. Let her learn. The door slightly ajar when we get to it, and from inside the sobs of a girl echo weakly, barely audible even in this kind of hush. Kylie's friend. Turns out Kylie's not the only one upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms in my lips as I call out to her friend.
Hello there? You're Kylie's friend, aren't you? Melody, is it? She's looking for you.
Children can be so amusing sometimes. Granted, it can be exasperating, especially around this age, but the endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of patience.
Career day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave.
Didn't she say it wasn't Melody?
Don't you want to receive one?
I don't get it. I thought she heard that it wasn't Melody. It was the other one, Takako, wasn't it? However, her cries show no sign of obeying, then they grow louder. Oh, it is meant to be Melody. Okay. Not close to a whale. Alarming regardless.
Are you okay?
From where I'm standing, it almost sounds like she's on some kind of pain, and it's not impossible. They do that at times, hiding what ails them for fear of reprimand. If it's like that, coaxing her out might be useless. It also makes sense why she chose the move furthest from their classroom. Wasting no time, I gestured for Kara to wait and amble towards the door, calmly so I don't alarm her. At the same time, a distinct sense of deja vu hits me. I've been in this position before. Behind a door, with someone crying on the other side, my calls ignored as their cries grow into a wail. Just this past week, actually. Even so, being in the same situation as before doesn't bring any comfort. A demon! I'm putting up for the child beside me. It's the thick undercurrent of worry trickling into my stomach. I take one last breath and nudge open the door. It all happens in the span of a second. I don't make it past 2 steps into the room. Her cries abruptly stop. Light footsteps shuffle behind me, coming to a halt at the door. My heart skips a beat. And when I turn... Oh boy, here we go. I've got my hand ready on the key to E button. It's time for...
Kylie?
What?
Miss Pink? Miss Pink?
Oh.
Why didn't you help her?
I did. My whole body becomes motionless at the sight of her, words catching in my throat and heart rising rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie, I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks or the way she tilts her head in question carries the youthful innocent vibe she always brings with her. As if I'm merely looking at a dead, hollow imitation of the child.
Can't you hear her? She's asking for your help.
But it is not those that trigger the memory. It's those chilling eyes. Calling. Beckoning.
Why won't you listen to her?
All at once the memory returns to me, a tide that has receded and now returns to shore with an overwhelming force, carrying images of a single moment from days ago, of a world passing by in a blur and of features I could barely discern under the little light there was. Not even a week has passed. In this minute, while I keep my eyes turned on the child before me, they return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid wounds this time, no blood streaming down a pale face, thank heavens. Just lips contorting into a small twisted smile. They brim with venom I never expected to ever see in a child, saying tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck.
You're a bad person. People like you deserve to die.
I can't breathe. Those whispers and laughters again, judging, mocking, taunting, each scathing word ringing sharp and true against my ears. My throat closes in, my whole body tenses. A chill settles at the tips of my fingers, every digit gone rigid for the cold. With every single draw of breath, any struggle for air of freedom, the coils wrapped around my body tight and dragging me down, a gradual tortuous descent into another bottomless abyss. On, and on, and it's on, and on, until I lose touch with myself and the world.
Help me!
Until darkness claims me, and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh and piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and showering the waves without warning.
Are you ladies done with your business here? I don't have all morning to wait for you two.
My eyes snap open and the world shifts into place with a ragged gasp. When I glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No anger, no vile hatred in them, just plain, sincere concern. Bit by bit, I become aware of my shrines of myself as warmth steadily slips back to me. I've reached out for a nearby counter to steady myself at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip on it is. It's over now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still hammers hard against my chest in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing still comes in short, shallow bursts. Before me, Carrie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do as to an adult, in probably a laughable state.
Did you get sick? I'll call Tio, okay? Stay here and don't move.
No. No need. Just leave me alone.
Tio will know how to fix you. Oh, wait, okay?
I wish I could speak reassurance to her, but I can't shake it off. The dread is there, twisting at my insides in anticipation. Of what? I'm no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, I break off into a run. Brushing off the anxious rush Carrie gives me, when I gently push her away on my way out, or the phone Luke's brows, when I stumble into him outside. Whatever they both saw in my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell, I don't understand what's happening anymore. She had a spooky encounter. The tremors continue long after the rest of my classes have ended. Although none of my students have commented on it, I've caught a few sharing anxious glances every time a pen slips from my hand or my tension shoulders tense whenever cold. How unusual it must be for them to see the normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my fourth cup of tea would provide any sort of comfort. Oh yeah, this game really likes showing off drinks and food for some reason. Or is this the fifth? Egad, where's Cannon, man, and now? The fact that I can't even shake it off this time should tell me something. The last time this happened, I passed it off as some lapse on my part, after being sick the week before.
And it is a natural conclusion.
Those are just stories, a centuries-old law passed by the locals to keep children in line. What place doesn't have those? One of my Dars books even went so far as to describe them with a strong part of Isabella's culture. Tree giants, women who feed on unborn children straight from a mother's womb. Or hell, there's even that one story about a demon baby. And just wait till you play Dread Out! Part of the cool thing about playing Dread Out is the Indonesian myths they throw in. Really cool shit too, actually. Although Dread Out was a very buggy game, it was an interesting one. And it really did have some cool demons and shit in it. And I did get around to playing the sequel to that. All folklore that never had a smidgen of truth in it, most probably told to scale from natives back from the old days. Much like every other one in every other place. The world is more universal than people care to think, especially nowadays. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into the eyes of that woman, after all the things I've been hearing and feeling perhaps there's really more to that bloody letter than some awful Halloween prank.
Perhaps Isabella's right all along.
Ah, this explains why Rebecca changed her mind. We saw this from the other from Zachary's perspective. Where, like, suddenly Rebecca believed in the tales, and now we see why. She had her own weird experience, too. A terrible thing, if true, though that thought doesn't linger long, thankfully. Soon the ringing of my mobile takes my attention away from it. An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up and my brows knit together. Marianne McCulloch. Staring hard at the screen, I tried to remember when I entered this person on my contact list. It takes a moment when it clicks, my eyes zeroes in on the book lying wide open on my table. Rolled out from the library almost a week ago. I met the woman there by sheer coincidence, a thorough history buff apparently. We were after the same book, but in the end she's given it to me on the condition that I call her once I'm done. To be honest, I've completely forgotten about it until now, and well, I haven't really taken a peek at it until today. Normally I'd be done with the whole volume of this size a few days after taking it about 1 or 2, depending on how busy I am. but finding a chance to sit down and read through it has been more difficult lately than I anticipated. One moment I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere the next, and someone suddenly invited me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend stopped showing up in a flat, right after worrying reports pop up in the local news. There simply isn't enough time to breathe and get a grip on things. I have been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, but never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction. To no avail. My phone gives out another ring, and this time I do not hesitate to answer.
Marianne?
Hello. Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
No, not at all. I dismissed my last class a few minutes ago. I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon. Unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
Not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
Oh, sure. What about?
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
It's a peculiar question to ask someone you just met, but I answer nevertheless. I'm more curious as to saying with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, third-generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Quite. If I'm going to teach about history, I'd like to think I am, yeah? But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
No, let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big. Alright. I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy. But things have been really, odd. Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
In hindsight, I should have expected it to lead to this. She's dead, by the way. The last time I played as her, she decided to kill herself in the mansion. She must not have lived here long if she decides about this now. It didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived, but that's Isabella, superstitious down to the last hair. But it won't be too far off to think Marianne's only started thinking about this recently. She's working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious now, despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up before.
The Ermengarde Mansion, yes?
Yes, that one. And, the thing is... Oh dear, this is a bad idea. You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this.
And her story was by far the most entertaining of the entire game so far. There was some wild shit happening with her story.
It must have been the sunny weather. It's making me sick and see stupid things.
See things?
No, wait. It's alright, I don't mind.
There's a moment's pause before she responds again. She's right in that this is a silly thing to talk about, especially between what I assume two people who are pretty grounded in their beliefs with regards to these things. I won't blame her if she hesitates.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research?
Well, alright. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
My lips will be sealed. Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just, what do you know about it? The general gist. The place's past. What happened to the owners? Anything you can give me.
Let's see. To start off,
I do my best to give her a concise summary. From the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who had it built, up to the point it got deserted after the last heir's death, and the deed was passed on to Ermengarde's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. Those are all nothings she probably hasn't heard before, yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
That's all there really is to it?
as far as I know. There's this little bit I forgot to mention about Lady Charlotte Ermengarde's death, but most of those are just theories. Aside from that, this is really everything we've been teaching all these years. Should there be anything more?
No mention of any other weird stuff? Other crazy stories? Or a letter of some sort?
My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort the tea I've drank has given me prior has instantly been drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as my white hold it turns into a firm grip. This whole letter bullshit is starting to turn into more than a coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of. What does a letter have to do with this?
Oh, no. It was just something I came across. Ignore it. Random thoughts, you know? By the
She ends the call abruptly with only a quick goodbye, leaving my mind heavy with even more thoughts. The moon around the classroom has gone considerably denser in light of what little I've gleaned from that conversation. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her interest is genuine, I'd give her that, but she's left a lot of things out. I get the sense she only asked because something's happening around her too, and if she hasn't mentioned the letter, I probably wouldn't have made the connection. Oh, you better believe some shit's happened with her. Oh boy. Ha 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 ha. A fucking lot has happened with
Just
her.
what the hell did we get ourselves into?
A spooky mystery. Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All these are just assumptions. No concrete conclusion to be formed with what we have. And if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marianne's right. There might be something more to those stories. As absurd as it sounds, the very place that gave us that letter might tell us something beyond what we know. And tomorrow night, I have a few hours of that chance at the housewarming party. Totally not an exciting thought since the place is privately owned now. I just can't wander around, but it's enough reason to keep the dread at bay as I step out of the room ready to put an end to this day. However, all those good vibes disappear into thin air when I run head first into Luke. There's really something in this man. Regardless of how much my opinion has changed over the span of a few hours, he simply blasts through every good impression people have him without care for. He doesn't even need to open his mouth, his mere presence does it. In all honesty, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother can love.
You're still here?
Obviously. Who do you think standing in front of you?
An ass.
Oh, come on, Daisy. You've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave. What do you want?
Immediately I notice his hand, partly raised, almost poised for a knock, and at a slight hint of a lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops it to his side and turns to Kylie. She's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back and tearing at something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then he proceeds to make vague gestures at me and the child. He resembles a fish flopping for air with the waves moving his arms, though I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Tio.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at the ceiling and maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. He may act worse than a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than being served a dose of his own medicine, huh? Once his frustration has been promptly let out, he points a rude finger at me. I do my best to stir the offending digit down, but I can already hear the demand before it's even out of his lips.
You, come with us.
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it from her. So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
You're asking for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite? I don't know. It's been a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Daisy, you just say yes.
A pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, his face twists into something between a grin and a smile. As it happens, it appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You think the man is getting an aneurysm by simply being polite.
Tia said it'll be his treat.
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin. I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I promise we'll be quiet the next time I visit.
Oh, all right, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
He and Ashton will get along famously on that department. On a different front, the offer of free dinner does sound enticing. Oh, no way. Ashton hates this guy. He thinks he's behind some murders and shit. Yeah, definitely doesn't sound enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie is wisely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second I find all my choices slipping away from me.
See, Miss Pink? It'll be fun! You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
Oh, well,
My mother puts this from my pocket, cutting me mid-sentence, and realizing I'm spurred from the act of giving an answer I regret either way. Pushing the gadget out, I wave a hand at him and excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I said it didn't amuse me. He's as eager to be done with this as I am, but what can I do? Checking, a message from Ashton shows up. Oh. Hey Becca, I'll be around Stonewall this evening. Need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours and Isabella's place after. See ya. Just the usual. Unlike what he does to Zachary, Ashton has the decency to let us know when he's dropping by, always in the area for some business. From the way it's phrased, it sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad he's at least aware of that boundary. Not that Isabella's ever going to let him leave the building unscathed if he ever pulls the same stunt he does with the other man. I cringe to imagine what she'll do to him. Sighing, I slip the gadget back to my pocket. but looking up to see weeks or two impatience on his face, I now face a different dilemma. The two of them are still waiting, and knowing the kind of person Luke is, this is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him. All to please his godchild. He's now decided it's easy to tell he's really fond of Carrie from his actions alone. Kinda hate to ruin it.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
On the other hand, there's Ash. His message doesn't exactly imply he's going to wait or is expecting me to be there, but there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put it simply. Also important matters. With inviting Isabella out of the question, I only have only Zachary and Ashton. Although the former's already made it clear he'll be busy this week, and well, Ashton's been my first choice from the start. Even if he detests attending gatherings like this, it's company that counts. We can be miserable together. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? He hates them, and his right answer will be a flat no. I'd rather not hear that. If by some miracle he agrees to it, we'll probably be sulking the whole party. Not really a tough choice when you put it like that. Still... tough choice, but I have to pick one. I choose... Kylie. In the end, it's my own funness for Kylie that wins out. Chances are I'll only have to endure his presence for an hour or so. If it lasts more than that, I can make up an excuse. A sudden call from a friend or things to work on. It doesn't seem so bad when I think of the pros and cons. At best it'll be a quiet dinner, at worst it'll be an awkward affair we both need to be rid of. I'm waiting more on the latter happening. Only for the former, of course.
Okay, but only because Kylie asked.
Kylie's face instantly lights up. For the third time today, she tackles me into a hug before pulling away and dragging me by the hand towards the building's exit.
That's alright. I'm sure Tio doesn't mind.
He does.
He let me pick where we're going to eat. Don't worry, it's just close.
This whole mechanic is so adorable, though. This child is essentially guiding the story of these two people who really don't care that much for each other. It's adorable. But Marianne's story is still the most interesting in the game so far. Luke follows closely behind, and perhaps Alison decided to keep the dead air away. I can't resist throwing in a quip.
Keep your distance. You better not do anything funny, you hear?
I'm the one who should keep my distance. May I remind you who approached me first and what you did right after?
Oh, I remember it clearly. But perhaps it's you who needs a reminder. You seem to have never learned your lesson. Care we give it another try? Maybe this time it'll stick.
Maybe this time it'll stick. You think your scary mouth show you what's scary?
To my surprise, his tone lacks the usual sardonic note in it, and briefly I pause to stare at him. He quickly shuts his mouth right after and walks ahead of us. All talk and no trousers like the usual, and for the better part of our walk, except for Kyle's excited chatter, we don't speak. Somehow I have this strange feeling I'm already getting used to this kind of banter with him. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing, and amidst this newfound friendship, do I call it that? Ashton's message lays forgotten and abandoned in my pocket. I thought, achievement unlocked, dinner date. Of all the places nearest to the school, Harry picks this one, and waiting for food to be served is as awkward as I'd imagined it to be. Oh, there's the backlog. I've never seen that before, actually. Yeah. Not the bad sort, though. The pleasant kind. Surprisingly, Luke's an okay bloke when he tries. So long as you're willing to look past the tactless remarks or we're not exchanging acerbic quips. It's clear he's making an effort for this to be as fun as possible for the 6-year-old by being chattier, even going as far as to laugh when Kylie's style calls for it. It's an interesting thing to hear from the man. More than once I catch his frequent cheesed-off expression easing whenever he looks at the girl.
And your friend? Did you make up with her?
Yep. She said she just saw something she didn't like. She didn't accept the jellies, though. She told me to give it to you instead. She knows you like the red ones, too.
Very well. Hand it to me later. I'll bring some of them home. I think your Tia would love to have some.
What a terrible liar. He says he dislikes the idea of having children of his own, but it's easy to see some part of him genuinely wants them. What's stopping him? His alcohol addiction, probably. Or the fact that, he'd have to be committed and sensible. It's one thing to look after a child for a tiny bit of time. It's another thing to have to deal with them all the time. It's very taxing. Alright, we're back. Also, his wife is cursed, yeah. But he doesn't know about that at this point. Actually, given the time of day, this hasn't happened yet. She actually gets fully possessed around the night of the 28th and the 29th. And at the moment, we're on the 27th. So this is 2 days before, this is a day and a bit before the possession fully takes place. No, it's, we don't know. He has an alcohol problem, that's confirmed. He doesn't treat his wife all that well. He does all these trips. It's weird. I don't think he wants the commitment. He just likes being this playboy who flirts with women, goes out for big parties. But occasionally, doesn't really rate himself very highly, and also cares for kids, apparently. A more complex character than perhaps perceived. If there's anything that this game is teaching us, is that people are more complex than perceived. You may think of him as a sleazy douche earlier, but it turns out he's more complex, and here we are in the same place again. Shows that the people behind the writing of this game know how to write a good story. Which is why they've also done 2 other visual novel games, but one of them's pure romance and the other one's a Yuri game. Lesbian stuff. Oh no, oh sorry, I didn't actually read that. Once Carrie wanted us to near bookshelves, having lost interest in the conversation, however, we both revert back to silence. On our own, we have little to talk about, aside from a few questions about the other here and there. At one point, it does veer on local politics and history. He's surprisingly versed with it that he can hold a decent conversation without throwing a jibe. Nothing too personal was ever mentioned so far, though. It's too early for those, and besides, I don't like him enough to speak with every minute detail of my life. Yeah. I've probably spoken more about my life on these streams than I usually do with the average person in my outside of the streams, to be honest. I mean, I do tell people little things, but I tend to like not talking about myself that much. I don't have a lot to offer. Better keep it strictly between the silence and the casual repartee. This whole thing already looks and feels wrong on so many levels. I'm quite sure he feels the same. So whenever a bout of silence hits us and becomes too much, I've taken to find something else to occupy myself. Toying with my mobile, turning it from hand to hand while we wait for our respective meals. But it'll be a complete lie if I'm not saying I'm waiting for some intervention. Something to pull me away from this place. Someone. Ashton's probably at Stonewell by this time, working on whatever business he has there. Maybe if I make enough of an excuse and leave now, can I still catch him?
Cut that out, it's distracting.
My hand stills, holding the gadget awkwardly between us, arrested mid-pass by his bored tone. He's been quiet for a long minute now after complaining about how appalling the tea the serving here is. Before that, he has whined about how uncomfortable his chair is and tasteless the decorations they have here. Previous to that, he is correct about how dull the place is compared to the one he frequents on the upper class side of the city. Well, I'm sorry for being a bunch of peasants, your majesty. Figures he'll lose patience soon, having already grumbled about almost everything his eyes can reach. It's just unfortunate he turned to me now.
Why don't you just look somewhere else?
I can't. If I turn elsewhere, I might end up looking at the bobfuck right behind us.
Bobfuck?
Bobfuck? Do I even want to ask?
I don't want to hear it. If it's coming out of his mouth, it can either be rude or offensive. Regardless, he continues.
Everything looks good. But have you seen the face?
What does he mean by a bobfuck?
True horror.
What is wrong with you? You know, I frown about this in practice, but that mouth needs to be washed out with a particularly potent soap. Preferably by your own mum.
A shame she isn't here,
For whatever reason, that puts an end to that talk right away. What is a bobfuck? I'm actually going to look that up. Bobfuck. Oh! Oh my! Okay, well, apparently according to the Urban Dictionary, bobfuck is an acronym for Body Off Baywatch, Face Off Crime Watch. A person who possesses a killer body but has a face that only a mother could love. Kinikos, people in different parts of the UK have different slang. I've never heard the phrase bobfuck uttered ever. It might be a southern thing or something. I've never ever in my life heard the expression Bob fuck. That might be why. You know, up here in the northwest of England, we have different slangs and shit. If you go to the northeast and Yorkshire and that, you have different slang. The Geordies and the Brummies, and then you have the Southerners. It's all different words. So yes, I don't know my own slang because that's the first time I've ever heard the expression. Or at least if I've heard it before, it must have been when I was a teenager, and I maybe heard of it once. He returns to watching his godchild, who has found a particularly interesting picture book and is now poring over it while I turn back to my mobile. Still no message. Would it kill him to at least send a message, check if I were home? Meanwhile, Luke silence lasts over 10
What
seconds.
is it with the damn mobile? Are you on a curfew?
He's got the immature act down pat, I'll give him that. Seriously, how old is this guy? Has he somehow been deprived of affection during childhood?
And what is it to you? I don't think it's any of your business what I do with it.
It is my business, all right? 1, I'm the one paying here. 2, I'm being forced to eat dinner in a place this stuffed and noisy. Lastly, it's been 10 minutes, the food isn't here, and I'm hungry. What you're doing with the mobile is annoying and distracting, when the least you could do is keep things entertaining while I suffer.
That's your problem? Shouldn't you be more worried about how this entire affair looks to other people?
Oh, I didn't realize this was one. You move fast, Daisy. You could have informed me first, you know. Had I known, I would have taken you someplace nicer. Certainly the kind with better food and plenty of good wine.
Why did I ever think this was a good idea? Did it ever occur to you how inappropriate this might look to everyone?
Why should I care? It's only inappropriate if you make it out to be. Relax. I won't do anything to make your boyfriend angry. He doesn't even need to know we dined out. It'll be our dirty little secret.
He's not my boyfriend!
The words come out with more force than I intended. By the time I realised my slip up, his lips were already spraying a sneer. Heat slowly calls up my face.
So there is someone. You're so easy to read.
Briefly, his eyes search my face. I have no idea what he sees, nor do I care to know, but in the next second he barks out a laugh, displaying his amusement without reserve to anyone within earshot. In that moment I know I flipped the switch and in someone I've lost my chance to deny his assumptions. Do I even want to? Isn't that the reason why I've been so focused on my mobile, waiting for another message from him? No reason to dump this awkward meme to go after him?
Look how mottled you are. Now the nickname makes more sense. Shy Miss Pink and her cute little crush. The color suits you, by the way. It matches the hair.
It's not a crush!
Classic denial. But in reality, you want him to be yours, and your every move is made to make him notice you.
No, he's not wrong there.
In fact, you don't want him to see you with another man in a non-professional capacity, because he might misinterpret it.
The same thing goes for you, doesn't it? Bloody, yours is even worse. What about your wife? Aren't you concerned she might misinterpret this?
Daisy, just because we tied the knot doesn't mean we have to be joined at the hip at every single opportunity.
Don't be ridiculous. Why else would you marry her if you don't want to be with her for the rest of your lives?
Because, Daisy, she also has other things she can do with her life and friends to spend time with. Granted, I don't like some of them, and I have a few of my own she utterly dislikes. But wifey doesn't have to know my every move. Nor do I hers.
Fair enough.
Do you know how boring that would be? To be with the same person for all hours of the day, losing sleep over the mere fact they're not with you?
You're gonna find out what that's like in 2 days when she wants just that.
While putting
or
everything
the
you
spirit
have
inside
aside
it
to
does.
please them, to have your whole world revolve around one person.
Aren't you just mistaking that for something else? Unlike you, there are other people here who don't share the same jaded outlook you have. Don't lump everyone together just because it didn't work out for you.
And you, my dear, are unexpectedly naive.
What's so naive about it? If you love each other, wouldn't you want to always see them, be with them, to have them focus solely on you? Maybe you haven't been loved enough.
Oh, it's that kind of thing for you, isn't it? The love is eternal, love is a strong emotion shite. A starry-eyed girl pining for her dashing Prince Charming? What's next? Romantic confessions of love? A grand wedding on the beach? Dozens of spawns running around in some picturesque home in the suburbs? How quaint. Are you also expecting it's going to be sunshine and rainbows after? A happily ever after? Please.
What? I never once said. And is all of that such a bad thing to hope for?
Woman, I've been married for 7 years, and I'm telling you, it's far from what you have in your pretty red head. Tell me, how long has this song and dance been going for you and your man? Maybe I am mistaken.
Averting my eyes from him is all I managed to do. What does his mere 7 years have compared to the 17 I've had with Ash? It's laughable he thinks those two things are even comparable. Ash and I may have never moved past the bounds of friendship like when I'm hoping for years, but what we have isn't something anyone can scoff at. I've always been by his side, endured everything with him. I know him better than anyone. No matter what this man, this complete stranger, says, I know there will always be a place for me beside him. And yet...
Come on, Daisy, that shouldn't be too hard. 3, 5, 8, 10, 20...
His words easily seep into my heart like sharp daggers, gradually picking apart everything I've ever been sure of. Despite my self-doubts resurge and my defences crumble right in front of my eyes, it's no wonder he sees through me, and as expected, he ridicules it. Restrained, woe and rumbling, a sharp sound striking the air around us amidst the murmur of people and the soft notes of the music playing over our heads. His shoulders shaken and his mirth becomes too much even for him. He reaches up the hand and passes it over his face, as if to hold his squeak close to him.
Lordy bullocks, this is just brilliant. Oh, mother, why do I always keep running into these things? This day couldn't get any better. I think I'm gonna need a stiff drink after this.
He dissolves into another peal of laughter, but when it subsides, what he has for me are more words. Scathing, each of them. The urge to run from here has never been this strong.
Is everything you said how you plan to act, if that man of yours ever ends up with you? Cling to him? Put him on a bloody pedestal? Let him become the center of your universe? Although with how long this seems to be going on, I think you've already done so. Marriage will just be icing on the top. Like some sort of reward for you, isn't it? For being a good, patient, loyal little girl all this time, never looking at another man. He must have been having a grand time with someone pining over him this long. I'm a little envious, to be honest. Maybe also a little surprised he hasn't suffocated from all your attention yet.
Laugh all about it if you want. It's not like you'll ever understand.
Luke falls silent. The ridicule in him is gone in an instant, and his eyes meet mine, sharp and imposing. A challenge, but I hold it against him with the same intensity, because if there's something I won't let his opinion trample on, it's this. What does he know? However, he's the first one who looks away, focusing his eyes back to where Kyle is, and for a moment I believe I've won, until he draws in a breath and turns back to me. The words he drops next door, though hushed, hang heavily in the distance between us.
You're right. I won't. But I do know not to mistake love for obsession, woman. They are not the same thing.
It rattles. Out of everything he said tonight, this is the one thing that twinges my heart. Maybe it's in the manner he delivers it, the lack of conceit in his posture, or an underlying insult in the tone he takes. The remark is not meant to cut, merely to express a simple truth. This time it's him who holds gaze against mine. Another unspoken challenge, and I realize that if it's happened minutes before, I'd already have an equally searing retort at the tip of my tongue. There's none. But the anger is there, ringing at my insides, prodding at the uncertainties I've long kept. Isn't it enough? We had the long years we've been together. We had the memories. Whenever he needs me, until other people came in between us, I've always been the one there. That dedication why should mean something, shouldn't it? I've always been sure of it, and not one day he'll see it for what it is. In spite of that, in this minute, under this man's scrutiny, my own heart wavers. Now I struggle to find the words. However, those are for me to ponder on. This arse doesn't need to hear them, and neither is he entitled to them just because he dished out some profound-sounding life wisdom no one asked for. So I look away, hoping my own silence will be enough of an answer for him. And it is. For a moment. Up until warm, furious tears prickle behind my eyes, stinging, begging for release, along with every other frustration this dumb talk has put up at me. All because of this man. I hate him. I hate the fact that he has to be on the one to see me in this sorry state. I'm already expecting another barb from him, and his expression shifts. except he panics. In the span of 3 seconds, his expression changes from indifferent to concerned to utter panic. It would probably have been funny if it weren't so hurt by the sight of this cracked bastard.
Hey, are you crying? Are you going to cry? Stop that right now, woman, or I'll...
Will you shut up?
He climbs up almost before I could finish. Whether this is due to the sudden force in my voice while I woke, I pretend not to think of it. He seems like a deer caught in the headlights with the way he's making himself small in his seat. But I'm still pissed. I'm tired, and if I can't punch him, I can at least scream.
You're an annoying bag of dick, you know that? If I hear another word from you, I'm sewing that bloody mouth shut myself!
It does do the trick. Not to the effect I've hoped, but the moment I snap at him, the stinging at the back of my eyes melts away, and a strange calm overcomes me. A fragile thing when found in the middle of a busy coffee shop. Nevertheless, it's appreciated considering it doesn't last. Immediately broken by the very person who put me in this state with a few awkward patch to my shoulder. Done twice. Thrice. And another. Until my patience was down again, and I'm pulling the book out of my bag, raising it threateningly over his head. It'll surely dent his skull if it swams down at this side. Part of me wants to see it, but I restrain myself. He has a good sense to recoil well. Shortly, he shrinks back to his seat and waves his hand in front of him in a gesture of surrender.
Watch that book, woman! I already warned you about your little threats. You don't want to see my brand of angry!
You don't like me when I'm angry!
Then keep your hands to yourself!
Alright, that's it. People these days, I swear you treat them nicely, and this is where it gets me.
You're the last person I'd ever want to comfort me. Even if we're the only 2 remaining people on Earth. Don't flatter yourself.
Okay, have it your way, Daisy.
And stop calling me Daisy! I have a name, you know!
He murmurs something uninaudible under his breath, although afterwards he doesn't say anything further. For the next minute, he simply contents himself with making a mess out of the paper napkins, throwing them into queen shapes with unequated intent before crumpling them in his hand when he loses interest and dumping them in a small pile in front of him. A waiter serves our meal soon enough and kind of makes our way back to our table. But before I can take a single bite, he mutters something. The words spoken in the same tone he's used since morning, all under his breath, whenever the honest part of himself would show. Despite my rather confusing opinion of the man, I stop short of shoving food in my mouth to look at him. His eyes are on his food as he speaks, busying himself with cutting a portion of meat on his plate. But what comes out of him only rings true against my ears, above the din of the coffee house.
For what it's worth, Rebecca, I didn't ever think that's all there is to you. Why else would I leave my own goddaughter in your care if you're just some lovesick woman?
He spears a piece of his food and pops it into his mouth, and that's it. One whole day with this man, I still can't figure out what his deal is. But for what it's worth as well, I don't think he's an entirely bad guy. The rest of our meal slips by in silence afterwards. Aside from Carol's occasional chatter, the whole dinner goes by without another word exchanged between the 2 of us. Somehow we managed to make it through the whole thing without triggering another tension-riddled conversation. A good thing, perhaps. 1, because Carol is sitting in front of us, and 2, I probably won't be able to hold a proper conversation with my mind heavy with thoughts. We depart from the coffee house just as the evening crowd starts to thin out. The same wordless silence fills our short walk back to the school, except for when Luke gestures at a nearby flower shop and enters it without waiting for Carol and I. He emerges minutes after, carrying a bouquet of daffodils with the same softened expression back on his face. Unlike the previous ones, he tucks this one away almost as soon as he looks up at us, a moment he's not willing to share. In my confusion, he merely answers with a shrug and continues walking.
For someone important.
I've set it for what it is, if only because he doesn't owe me an explanation. It does leave more questions about him, each one as baffling as the previous ones. Those are the last words spoken this evening before we head our own ways. Up until I arrive home, I still can't understand him. Here, however, a whole different set of questions await me, and much like everything today, it comes with the thrillest of things. A lone note greets me upon reaching my unit's door, its edges footed lightly against the faint warm breeze passing through the small complex. My hand stops short of twisting the knob as I stirred it, though I don't make any moves to take it. Ashton's neat script grinds at the surface. Dropped by early, weren't around any ideas what Scaredy Cat is, I couldn't contact her. Inspector Abigail has a few questions, LPD stuff, something about her dead co-workers. Anyway, let me know how the 2 of you have been doing. I'll see you later, Ash, winky face. The message he left short and straight to the point, but not without the underlying hint of friendship. He's looking for Isabella, apparently. Something about LPD's investigation of her co-worker's death, but it ends its formal tone by checking on me. Us. Any other day, the former part of his message will likely put up the piercing envy I've been holding, while the latter will probably send my heart aflutter. Little things from him that I want to mean something more. Yet this time only guilt fills me and my eyes briefly shift towards Isabella's empty unit. Luke's words repeat inside my head as I do so.
it's worth, Rebecca. I didn't ever think that's all there is to you.
Wow, that's a cool little audio thing to do.
Why else would I leave my own goddaughter in your care if you're just some lovesick woman?
Have I always been like this?
This selfish? In truth, I'd intended to call Ash after that dinner. I didn't catch him here, invite him to that party like I planned. There's still time and he's probably still awake at around this hour, but my hands won't move, and perhaps it is for the better. Until I've had the time to think this through, it'll be best if I distance myself from those I've been clinging tightly to. Find a different perspective and see things for what they are. With a soft sigh, I reach for the note and crumple it onto my hand. The knob twists open with much ease when I enter this time. Maybe after some introspection it'll be easier. For tomorrow, I have that woman and the mansion to worry about. Wow, this has been going on for a while. Jeez. Nearly 4 hours now. I have to say, previously the parts for these characters has been about 3 hours at most. This one has been stretching a bit. Whew. Do I have it in me to continue for one more half hour, perhaps? Or should I wind down? I don't know. The night where I might just go on for another half hour, maybe. The night wears on without further incident, despite the great number of thoughts swimming inside my head. Come morning, there's only a hush, a still sort of stillness unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's uneasy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely waiting for the proper time to snap. Granted, it doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. And as expected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart, broken by the voices of two squabbling adults, echoing from the floor below. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
I wasn't. Ow! Could you let go?
Not a few seconds later, they both ascend the stairs with Ashton pulling Isabella by a wrist. She struggles, as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Freeing herself means having to draw blood as she attempts to pry his hand up with her other one, or use unnecessary force to push herself away, neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. She has the good sense to realise that at least, however it doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton's temper with her own. So on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
Rose died, Ash.
I know. Every single person in Luxburg knows. It's on the damn news. But that doesn't mean...
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat. This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason. We sure as hell don't investigate things just because some stupid letter spooked us.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will...
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it. It was funny the first time, not so much now.
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
Both of their heads snap up, almost in unison. A displeased frown is on each of their faces, but this is a necessary interruption. What can they do? People still in their units have already taken interest in the commotion, with some taking a peek behind their curtains while others are bold enough to creak open their doors. If only slightly. If they don't keep it down, pretty soon our landlady will show up. Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen first thing on a Friday morning, even if it's hard with my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
Don't worry, we're done here.
No, we aren't. Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them and...
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place. Isabella, you're going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
Your precious team is looking at it the wrong way. Becca, it's not just Rose. There are others.
That last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory, and that vicious smile already etched deeply inside my mind. The image appears clear enough that, at the mere mention of it, I stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
It's nothing. If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we? But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive. So for the last time, this isn't a curse. There's a murderer on the loose, and your coworkers happen to be the victims. Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Don't you think that's too much for a coincidence?
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time. And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
I wasn't chasing after.
Will the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute? What's this about your coworkers, Belle?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it has always been, besides having a very good point. Really, they're the very same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. But the fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been seeing, sensing these past few days. It doesn't matter what Isabella or I believe on our own. Something odd has been happening around me, and that where she picked up is at the heart of this. But however I respond to the question in their faces, only one of them will be pleased with it. Which one should I pick? I don't know which one to pick. What should I pick, chat? Make a choice for me if you're still here. Which one should I pick? Oh, I saved the game. Which one should I pick? Kirikos, Thalos, help! Help! The truth, I might have sent her. Okay. Ashton in particular won't be happy to hear it. No shit. Well, tough luck. Imagining the look of his face, which doesn't take much effort. His entire posture shifts the moment my reluctance shows. Steno's tensing, brows furrowing, eyes getting a sharp edge. He's already bracing himself in a disappointment. And it will be disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I'd be saying this either.
I might have seen her. The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
Both of them stare at me like I've got an extra head, and for a few moments Ashton looks like he's about to have a fit. A pause treads at its heels after, a silence thick enough, one can almost hear a pin drop.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
Ash, I'm not lying. Why would I lie about this? It's been this way since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
I'm not sick. Don't you think I'd know that by now?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat. Give me a break.
Why don't you?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
Isabella's voice cut sharply through the conversation, abruptly ending an end to the brewing argument.
It's all my fault. This is all my fault. I was only hoping I could fix this before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
She breathes in, deep, steadying, and at that moment something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I'll fix this. I promise.
A quiet resolve, the same one I saw in her that night from 3 days ago, but this time it burns brighter. Even Ashton waves at its sight when she looks him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching. Gradually, his grip on her wrist loosens.
Belle, there's nothing to fix. The problem is...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking in any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us. A hush descending as if the world is waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays her hand atop his. Gentle, pleading, almost intimate if one does not consider the circumstances we found ourselves in.
Please.
Ashton will never tell us so, will never admit it even to himself, but it is in that short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment the hard edge in his eyes softens and he relinquishes his hold on her, running his hand forwardly to his side. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small lackluster smile. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move, breaking the sounds of one of his sharp exhales before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose in a gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping. Never mind. Don't worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
He's already poised to leave when my own instinct takes over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering at the back of my mind. He's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all this will take us, how all this will end. He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. But please, try to hear her out. It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
A different kind of trust, granted imprisonedly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. He falls out for a long moment as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and I promise to, at least listen to her, without the teasing of the jibes. A favour for me and at least he could do for her. This is as much as I can do for him as well, until I've understood what's happening myself. Tonight, hopefully, where all this started will provide the answers I'm looking for. ... Except the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden whatever Isabella claims to own in this mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Oh man. Well, I guess we'll keep going. Of all the cabbies in Lugspawn, I have to chance upon the superstitious one. Still not as bad as finding out your car's star refuses to crank on when it was still working this morning, yes. But it's equally as frustrating when you're forced to walk the rest of the way. All because the driver got spooked. Isabella and him will get along so well. I do get his reasons. After all, I've had my first taste of the bizarre lately. All of which might have been brought upon by that letter Isabella found here. But you'd think he'd at least be charitable enough to take me a little closer to the house itself, not at a distance 15 minutes away from it by foot. Good thing I'm not wearing anything too formal or constricting. Otherwise that short walk would have likely put me in a bad mood, long before I have to suffer in a room full of strangers tonight. Although this soon proves to be a problem the second the driveway comes into view and I near the entrance. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how I look. Cars, worth more than my own apartment and childhood home combined, line the mansion's front yards. Men and women decked out in their best also flock near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Presumably Mrs. Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among present company. This despite keeping a far simpler appearance from the rest of her own guests or not having a husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration at best. At worst is the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Lugspawn.
Welcome everyone.
And Mum said we could have been good friends. I can't even picture myself mailing the kind of guest she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar now, so this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my tastes, they fit briefly in my mind until a cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience again.
Please, make yourselves at home.
I wish I could share her enthusiasm, really, but being surrounded by all this extravagance, for lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of this night might go. I shouldn't have let Luke's words affect me like that. I should have just gone ahead and asked Ashton like I planned. If he were here, then I won't have to...
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
The rest of that thought dies in my mind at once. A moment of astonishment overcomes me before confusion sets in seconds later. It takes another for my body to catch up. Once it does, when I finally turn to see it for myself, it's his familiar mop of hair that catches my eyes first. And there he is, almost an arm's reach if it isn't for the guest standing between us. Ashton Frey, standing in the Ermengarde's mansion's driveway with an air too lackadaisical for someone who absolutely adores parties of any form. Or has any business here as far as I know. The picture it forms is too bizarre for me, that my mouth speaks out ahead of any coherent thought.
Ashton?
He swivels on his heel with an equally puzzled face. An odd expression flashes momentarily across it once he sees me, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
That in itself is weird coming from him. It doesn't help that he isn't even making an effort to spur a glance my way when he answers. Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd. His gaze darting between people walking past us until a small frown forms in his face.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Oh, well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
Chief?
Ashton, what's...
Unexpectedly, he places a hand on my shoulder, stopping me mid-sentence. He still has a distracted look on him, except this time his eyes are sharper, as if he has found what or who he's been searching for among the throng of partygoers earlier.
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about...
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
I meet the smile he hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? But before I could ask already, he has turned his back from me and is walking away, without a single explanation whatsoever. In some desperate effort, I try and catch up to him, if only to know what warranted this sudden departure and his odd warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what
Only for my attempt to be interrupted by a muffled ringing from my pockets. Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
The conversation itself doesn't last long. Just a simple hello, a mind to enjoy the party, and to send their regards to their old student. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already nowhere in sight. With a sigh admitting me with disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and head inside. Even with familiar company, however coincidental this meeting is, this is somehow shaping up to a terrible evening. The party hits full swing an hour later. The host opening remarks given, still no sign of a husband, the poor woman, and the guests promptly fed, the band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Soon laughter and the rhythmic tapping of shoes fill the room, all in accordance to the lifting strains of music. It seems fun, I would admit. Fascinating at certain moments, the flurry of dancers making the music their own, almost with no care in the world. If it weren't so indisposed, I'd have joined the crowd for a song or two. There isn't a lack of invitations anyway, plenty of them in fact with some asking more than once. It's only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them. And I can. A single nod is all it will take, and this evening would have been far enjoyable for me. But pride of my own silly hopes, the thought of being seen with one of them by him curbs that, as much as I hate to admit it. Because doing so also outright means acknowledging the douche's claims. That he has to be the one to tell me that still sends my blood boiling. I would have preferred someone more agreeable, less of an arse. It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the centre of it makes denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention or a single glance at me the whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. Big guy's busy covering the event to boot. But at least he manages to slip in a conversation or two between takes, or a small wave of his hand when he passes by. What's Ashton's excuse? He's been flitting in and out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, and another he's hovering around the string band. Just a second ago he's wolfing down some deviled egg by a buffet table, a glass of wine in hand. The next thing I know, he's gone. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he doesn't want to be with any of his friends. Is it because his boss is here? What's the big deal about that? This has never bothered him before.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Oh, this is the part where she talks to Hannah. Her voice almost makes me jump, too focused on the gobshite wandering around the ballroom and my own annoyance to notice. Hey, Pineapple, thanks for the raid. How did your evening stream go? Hey, Luftos. Yo, welcome to the weather. It's a horror visual novel. Hi, this is a raid. It is a raid. You are raiding me. I have been raided. Thank you for the 37-month sub. Because of that, you can continue to use my free channel emotes and get no advertisements. There they are. I still need to add more, but I can't think of any. I'm sure someone will think of one. Hopefully. I'm not too bored if I don't come up with any more. I like the fact that all of them are made by different people in the community. Fuzzball, Commander Space Cat, Turner Gay. That's a nice sense of community to them. Instead of just me coming up with some lazy shit. If she's heard any of the surprises I've mumbled, or she's taken notice of my discomfiture, she makes more comment on it, clearly greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Miss Hannah Wright gives off a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking. But I guess that comes from being raised in such an environment and having to deal with pompous, snooty people. Well, I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It has taken me a while myself. She's probably met a lot of people like little Becky throughout the years. Might have already forgotten about me and my parents. People like her thrive on connections, after all. Nonetheless, I return her smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
It takes me a while to realise who she's talking about, until Ashton walks by again in closer proximity than any of the times he has done so far this evening. Still about to look of acknowledgement our way though, even Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot. Why is the chandelier swinging around? The backgrounds of this game like to have moving objects occasionally. It's just because it's a party, the wind, stuff like that. The backgrounds aren't just still shots. Like even the character of Hannah is animated right now.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend then? Because that would explain those rejections.
This isn't the first time someone has made that assumption. Almost every student I've had in the past did. My co-workers, more often than not, assume he is. A few of my neighbours also think we're an item. Not that Ashton has ever reacted to those, he's been quite indifferent about it in fact. Still, the heat of a brush clips up my cheeks and they're now ready, despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
I do my best to summon a straight face, but before a good cheer it easily folds.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter, currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
It's infectious in a way. No sooner I found myself enjoying our chat more than I'd imagined myself to. Although her attention briefly wavers at one point, she remains a good companion. Yeah, she wavers because of the ghost that appears behind me. Or her or something. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are. Her face quickly lights up and the fondness graces her face, despite it being from several years ago being a short one. But of course there are some things we really can't avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me, the moment she spied little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to talk about as children, when there are worlds we could have started with.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses!
So what were you streaming tonight, Pineapple, anyway, that you and Wooftoss were enjoying?
And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
I believe I still have the clothes she gave me. Chosen, all so I could impress him. And even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock, and that one attempt to get him to notice backfires spectacularly. Sure, he's keen. He's a detective, for heaven's sake, but feelings, more often than not, escape.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
Oh, an old Pokemon game. I'd have thought most of them were pretty easy, to be honest. How is it? Which makes this whole talk more embarrassing, and the more mainstream we're soft, the more my discomfort grows until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is, married, to a man she probably loves at that, while I'm still stuck in the same place, yearning for the same person.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
She says that, but for a short moment a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything more can be said over the matter. I didn't figure out how I should feel about the things Luke told me. Now I'm getting dragged into a similar discussion.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Well, to be frank, I doubt you should be so willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured their
Please,
attention.
Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
It's pretty good. Graphics are not up to 60 Euro standards, but they're not unforgivably bad. Your one serious complaint is it's so easy, and mainly because of a mechanic called affection, taken from the very recent and terrible games added to the remake of an older game. Basically, it makes your Pokemon automatically ridiculously better than all the opponent's Pokemon. Wow. So there's no challenge to the game, it's just gather cute monsters and enjoy a very unfulfilling power fantasy then, I guess. I mean, even the old Pokemon games were never that difficult, but they had moments where they were. Like the first few gyms of Yellow and Red were tough if you chose the wrong starter. Somewhat. Dealing with Sabrina, the Psychic Gym, was tough because there was no counter Psychic monsters in Gen 1. And I guess trying to capture the Super Pokemon or dealing with Red in Gen of Silver. But they're not really meant to be ultra difficult. They're meant to be like light-hearted RPGs for younger people with elements of catching and evolving and light-hearted story elements. Hypocrisy, that's what this is. How dare I preach about something when it's exactly what I've been doing. And then, I go on act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That, by virtue of us growing up together, is must return whenever I feel for him. But he's not allowed to look at enough of it because I'm the one who has stayed by his side the longest. When in the first place, Ashton has always been his own person. This is something I cannot force on him. I can only hold on to these, take care of it until the time comes I can confess it to him. Great if he reciprocates, but if he can't, if he won't? Selfish. I've been too selfish. How laughable that Luke's words still strike true up to now.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
At what point maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past weeks have also seen changes in the way I view things. As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I previously know may not even be true for other people. Or for myself. It is sobering and almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before now has doubt muddying each of them. But there will be time to more about these later, because when a hush suddenly descends in the room, a whole different issue rears. Yeah, if not for this really boneheaded stupid affection mechanic, I'd expect it would be about the same difficulty as Gen 4. I.e. not super hard, but at least slightly challenging enough that you can't just mindlessly mash the A button. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with a lot of games nowadays, or some games, or just games in general. You have to sort of have this fine balance between having a power fantasy and having a challenge. I mean, admittingly, it's like with my Doom mods, I guess. I don't like things to be ultra challenging. But at the same time, you gotta have this, you gotta sort of struggle a bit to get the, a power fantasy is better when it's earned. If you just have it immediately and there's no struggle, you don't feel the hit of starting off weak, becoming stronger, overcoming challenges you previously struggled with. It's one of the main reasons why I liked Dark Souls for a while. I mean, eventually I followed the build in Dark Souls and I broke some of the bosses and the challenge was eliminated. Because eventually you do get ridiculously powerful and you do get some good weapons, and then you just kill things in 3 hits, like bosses and stuff. But all the time up to that point, with Arturius, Manus, Smal and Orstein, fighting those bosses, there was something very unique that Dark Souls did offer. It offered a better survival horror experience than any Resident Evil game ever did. you really learned the game. When you finally beat a boss you've been struggling with for several attempts, you get that real satisfaction when you finally beat it. And I've not seen that in a lot of games since. Partly because I struggle to accept that, but partly because Sony games just suck at providing that balance. But then again, there's nothing wrong with having a Pokemon game where you just have fun for 40 hours or 50 hours with cute little creatures either. It's Nintendo. They don't do difficult games. They do games that are light-hearted fun. With occasional difficult bits for the masters, I guess. Like with the Mario games, you know. Mario games are kind of easy, but they do have some advanced stuff in between. Anyway, time for social drama. Especially when fucking Luke, strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably late and oozing with the same pomp as Mien he always carries around with him. Yeah, Nintendo does have hard games, I suppose, but that's not games they make themselves. That's a third-party deal. Hey, Sayok. Ultra Kill, Ultra Hurts Your Head. I'm still waiting for that game to come out fully. That's another one I need to play when it's fully released. I've never played an SMT game or a Persona game. I've seen a playthrough of Persona 4. I've seen part of a playthrough of SMT, a mobile game. I've heard good things about the new SMT game. Apparently there's a lot of cool interactions between the demons and stuff. Yeah, I believe Breath of the Wild is actually really fucking hard. You can die easily in that game. From what I've seen. I think in terms of like some of the classic Nintendo games, they're mostly easy, but they know how to ramp the challenge and they know how to present challenge in a good way. And like with other stuff, if they want the super stuff, like the 100% stuff, they do offer some really tricky stuff. But they're really good at having reasonable challenge and really good at like presenting solid core game design and teaching players things. Unfortunately, Nintendo suck at everything else. It's weird, really. Nintendo seem to really know how to make good games, but they don't know how to run a game company without being assholes about it, like everyone else, sadly. Your mom caught you breaking down losing to Gabrielle. She forced you to stop playing and turn off the laptop and locked you in your room? Oh, Sayok, that sounds painful, man. Ouch. You were trying to beat a boss on Ultra Kill and she took off your laptop and she said, go to your room. Go watch that John Suitepee fella. Go to your Twitch. I get like that with some games too, but that's why you gotta take a break from them, you know. I suck at controlling my anger and those when I get immersed in a game like that. But I've learned over the years to at least partially take breathers. I've gotten better.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Before long, Hannah leaves my side to join him, and it doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
Yeah, I believe that is how Breath of the Wild works. You can go straight to the final boss and challenge yourself, or you can... I believe though it's a hard game, Breath of the Wild is supposed to be very rewarding. But I just can't get over it. I just don't like the fact that the weapon integration.
So enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served.
But apparently Breath of the Wild is one of the best open world games that has been created.
Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
Unfortunately, I'm not paying £250 for a fucking Switch just to pay that much price. I was actually tempted to get a Switch for Christmas, but games are so expensive. Like, individual ones, it's just a lot to pay for. And honestly, I just stick to the PC anyway. If I ever earn like a big poker win or something, or a big payday or whatever, I might consider getting a Switch, because I'd like to play Hyrule Warriors as well, but I'm not paying £250 for a Switch and then have to pay £60 for every fucking game. His attitude, the manner he carries himself around people, is unfamiliar to that part of the city. Of fucking course, I should have known. Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and the gossip columns have never been really my thing. I should have also expected that wherever Luke fucking writes, some sort of drama will sure follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it, figures it will find him on its own even when he's not asking for it. It happens amidst a round of applause and hoots, but people lagging behind the crowd they've gathered does not catch on, until the cheers turn into several scandalized gasps. Yeah, this is where... I forget her name. The friend of the chief basically accuses Luke of having an affair with a kid.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility.
Well, the main thing, Pineapple, is also I'm probably intending to be a lot busier next year with something, and it's a pure sense of time, you know. I don't really play a lot of video games these days, except on stream. Which is the honest truth, you know. I very rarely actually play a game by myself anymore. I mostly just play stream games. Sounds a bit weird, actually, Sayok.
God damn it, Luke! I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me!
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Yo, Hans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
Yeah, I know, Pineapple, but again, it's a big investment, and I really just, you know, between this and poker, I don't really do a lot else. You know, that's the thing. And I am trying to save up my money. Don't get me wrong, I probably would enjoy the Switch, but I just don't have enough time. It's as simple as that, Pineapple. Quite a few years ago, I came to the realization that what you're seeing right now, this is me playing video games. And when I don't stream, I swear to God, except for maybe a couple of co-op stuff, I don't play any games. I just watch YouTube videos. Or, well, that's just it. I just mainly watch YouTube videos. Or whatever, and then I go to bed. You know, I don't really have time to play a lot of games these days, so a Switch would be nice, but it's a luxury I don't need right now. But that being said, if I managed to get like a big, ridiculous poker win or something, I would consider it. Then I can afford to buy several games I'd like to have a stab at. But right now, no. I have a PC, a good gaming PC that I've spent quite a bit of money on. I have a lot of games to play. I have poker. I'm content.
No, you do not do this to me!
And I think that's a sensible way of doing it, actually.
I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
The commotion doesn't go further despite the drunk woman appearing as like she has plenty more venom to spill. In a little while, security shows up, escorting her out. Apparently she's a chief inspector's wife too. As if this whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. What a mess. But the damage has already been done, and beyond the repercussion this will bring, I'm more worried about Hannah. Maybe Luke too, in part. I've seen the man that hides behind his self-importance, and it's someone who cares for the person who stands beside him. No matter how questionable that is now. After all, no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. He's lucky though, but he's not to be the object of it anytime soon. But his wife loves him enough not to believe any of the woman's drunken prattles.
Take that troll up out of here immediately! And see to it that she isn't allowed here or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxborn.
Hannah's outrage is a strange sight to witness. After those smiles and the grace she has carried herself through the entirety of the party, like this, her eyes burning bright with fury, I don't doubt she can do so much more, ruin this scandalous woman if need be. Shaming her is already an act of mercy, just enough coming from her.
Everyone, please go back to enjoying the party. Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
You heard her! Strike up the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night!
Yet when she turns to Luke, eyes gleaming with hope, something feels off. Something I can't quite place. Hers is not the face of a person who so ardently loves. There's a lack of tenderness in it, an absence of warmth and sincere affection. It's the kind that constricts, suffocates.
Well, that was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens. We are very important people, are we not?
No one seems to have noticed it, however, and at their command, music resumes. There's a brief lull, reluctant pause before the place comes to stir again, but shortly the buzz returns to the room. Dancers have once again taken to the floor and their guest-excited chatter begins anew. Maybe it's just my imagination.
Milady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure, my prince.
The unsettling feeling in my stomach remains, however, even as the strained atmosphere dissolves into merriment, even as I watch the couple lose themselves in the moment or the people around them join them in it. It grips me all the more when, once I leave the hall, the last glimpse I catch of Hannah is her smile, a thin, unearthly one spraying across her soft features. The porter closes the door behind me with a soft click, but all I hear from it are the chilling whispers, those that seem to echo along with another familiar grin in my mind. Help me. Wow. And that's the moment where she became possessed, we think. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I've come to realise. You know, I used to complain several years ago when I actually didn't play games off stream. I was like, oh man, when was the last time I sat down and played a video game just off stream? And so I'd play Assassin's Creed 1 or 2. I enjoyed those games, they were okay. Assassin's Creed 2 was fun. Lots of cool story bits, but it got very repetitive quite quickly, but it was fun to go through. I tried Brotherhood and got bored of it. The Ubisoft open world formula is very dull after you've experienced it twice. But when I've realised in the last year or so that basically me playing video games and streaming are one and the same, I have chosen to spend my time playing video games in the form of streaming. Therefore, I have no problems with that, you know, and that's fine. I only have so many hours in the day. When you get older and you have a job and you have other things to do in your life, your most precious commodity is time. It's not money, although it does help, obviously. It's time, you know. Whereas a decade ago as a streamer, I had all the time in the world and I'd just play games often. I'd play so many fucking games. I'd stream 3 times a day because I had so much free time, which wasn't obviously healthy considering that I used to do, but, you know, I'd start somewhere. You know, and then, you know, you got to make the most of your time. And that means not getting cluttered down by consoles and games and items. And I've started to embrace a minimalistic philosophy, and it really does help. It's nice not to have the clutter of this and that and unnecessary things. It's just nice to think, I have my PC, I have my games on the PC, I have these nice lists. I stream my games on the PC, I do Doom stuff, I do whatever. You know, I probably need to do a bit more of that, to be honest, because there's quite a lot of sort of small commitments I do, and I probably need to dial back a bit. But, so I'm just checking if anything came through. I am eagerly anticipating a message of my PCR test. I'll have to go into work tomorrow and keep my phone on and see what the result comes through. But yeah, time is important, and I want to, you know, that's why I don't really have the time for like a Switch. It'd be nice, but would I have the time to play it a lot? Not really. Not when I could play poker or listen to a sports match or stream a game on the PC. I have plenty to play. I'm not short of games to play, I'm short of time to play them. Honest truth. Luckily, pending some unfortunate event, I have plenty of years left to live. And cognitively enough, before one day, you know, my hands will give way. I won't be able to stream games anymore with my hands. I might not have the cognitive functions to be able to play Doom like I used to. I might struggle to be able to play fast. I might have to start playing on a lower difficulty way more often. I don't know. I would fear the day if I either became blind or I lost cognitive function to be able to use a keyboard and mouse. Anyway. Away from... I didn't actually read that thing. The brush of fresh air against my cheeks does well to dampen the nerves edge of my bones. Away from the rush of the party, I just feel bone tired. It's late, I've accomplished nothing of what I've come here for, and Ashton's nowhere to be found. I'm not sure what pisses me off more, that he ignored me the whole evening and I might just have left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Which he probably does. We'll probably find more about that when we get his character perspective. He's probably, as he said, we've gathered that he's staking out Luke right. He suspects him of being involved with some dark shit, as we've heard. Can't he at least trust his own friends for that?
He didn't have to hide it from me.
He's not even answering his phone. That man has always been difficult to contact when he's out. But you'd think he'd at least have the decency to keep the lines open if he's going to wander off on a party. One that he happened to attend with his friends at that. I let the call ring for 9 more times before cutting it off. Now he's trying to find someone who refuses to be found. I can get home on my own. I don't need him. You can just...
Becca, where'd you go off to? If you're done here, let's go. I'll get you back to the city.
I do wish this game would have a bit more consistency in the recording. You heard 2 different style of voices there. That's something that this game has as a strange quirk. I almost feel like they had to re-record lines, or they recorded on different days. You do notice sometimes the difference in voice, you know, from lines like that. It's a bit of a sometimes jarring thing, but I've got used to it. My mistake. The second his voice cuts through the crisp night air is that I've allowed my annoyance to get the better of me. Fuming, patience forgotten, I wheel around and march toward them. One accusation after another piles up at the top of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There's no hesitation holding me back when I fling it at him. That straight face he keeps as I do so doesn't help temper my anger either. It only makes me want to slap some sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time. I told you I hate parties like...
And before that, where have you been the entire evening?
Right then and there, I might have forgiven him if he's shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. Maybe he could have looked, he'd feel the feeling, yeah, so he's what. Maybe he could have looked away, given me a sign my assumptions might be right. He doesn't even need to put them into words. A single gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is the same impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does that whenever he's lying. In the face of it, amidst the thick tension, a frustrated huff is the only thing I can summon.
Be that way. Fine. Suit yourself.
No more words. After everything I've seen and heard tonight, I'm already too exhausted for those. So without speaking any further, I simply walk past him and stomp over his car. Although before I can open the door, he calls out. One hand outstretched, a gentle weight on my shoulders.
Wait, Becca.
He pauses, his brows furrowing and lips curving into a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before, perhaps I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself. More often than not, any gesture of honesty will only come out blunt and coarse when forced. But today, for one reason or another, I simply can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again...
Becca, listen. I don't know how else...
That much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on. I can wait until next year. Better yet, why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like...
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him, but whether I believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long
I honestly don't know how else to put this. I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hannah Wright, and somehow you're friends with her. But you should stay away from these people for now, especially the husband.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepened into a scowl I mentioned the name, but whatever opinion he has, he doesn't immediately voice. Still, something about it has greatly displeased him, evident in the stiff note his tone assumes.
Yeah, he's bad news.
It's my turn to frown this time. What does he mean by that?
Care to explain your reasons?
I've not meant for it to sound as harsh as it does, but anger and frustration have never been a good match for me, particularly in nights like this. It's not surprising when Ashton jerks back as if I've struck him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to hurt darts across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing in tightly into a fist in his sides. Then swiftly he glances away and shifts his focus on the line of trees nearby, like an answer can be gleaned from the dark expanse.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
What is it for? For the party? The vague answers he continues to give? Does it include all those times before this, the year's worth of it? I don't doubt its sincerity. However, at the moment, the forgiveness he's asking isn't something I'm all too willing to hand, viewed as I am. It's frankly a wonder how I can keep myself from raising my voice at him.
We'll talk about this tomorrow. And you better have a proper answer for me by then.
There's a brief hesitation before I step away. A short moment of wanting to say more, to see if there's anything else he wants to add. He's only silent, his eyes still train at a distance. It is the last glimpse I see of him before I climb inside his car. If the door slams close with the same force as the anger I'm holding, its sound merely vanishes into the night unnoticed. He follows soon after, and shortly on our way back to the city. Yet even with city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, sombre air from the mansion still lingers. The union is almost at its highest by the time we reach Salem. Well, even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dawdles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It almost seems like he's having an internal debate whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. I could have driven him away purely out of spite the second I've gotten off. Still, old habits die hard. It's late and Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Irritation might still rear its head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put him up on another long drive. Especially when he still appears as if he hasn't got any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
I throw the keys to my flat his way before a protest forms on his lips. Although he catches it with ease, he eyes it with a weary expression and shoots a puzzled glance.
You haven't been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
We're setting aside a lot of loose ends like this, but he appears to have accepted the reason, at least in the meantime. He just gave me another questioning glance when I shoved past him, pulling my mobile in the post.
Where are you going? I thought...
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
Andrew? Why would you... Oh, no. Please. Is this that thing Isabella said this morning? Again? I already gave her my word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Of course, he's still skeptical. It makes one wonder if he's even seeing anything at all. Figures his curse will stay away from the scoffer. But this is another loose end tonight that I can't just leave alone, Ashton's belief notwithstanding. It just so happens that it's one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion itself.
Ashton, do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
No, but this is...
I spent so many years with him to know this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish it, I cut him off with a firm raise of my hand.
Look, I don't care. There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird. Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me. And I no longer have the patience to convince you, so just leave me be, Ashton.
He doesn't push it, going quiet instead, although I know he has a whole case of it buried inside his head. But there's a reluctant shift in his movement and he steps away from our conversation. Short of climbing the stairs, he stops, turns to face me with an expression almost too... conflicted?
Are you really sure?
What?
That there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain. Now go. And you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
The last of my reprimand goes both unheard and unanswered as he disappears behind the stairs. If things aren't as strange, he might have a quip or two about that, followed by a light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I am left staring after him. There's something in the way he asked it that nags. Coupled with his expression, the full exchange just feels unsettling. One that doesn't fade even as I gather my thoughts and shift my focus on another, even as I dial Professor Andrew's number. And that is when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, one straight thought of hers emerges from the unease. Ashton has not intended for his question to be a jibe. It's concern. For what? Well, for my well-being? The writer's curse? The one I mentioned? The answers for those will have to wait, however. Finally, the call connects and Professor Andrew's voice echoes from the receiver.
Professor Andrew?
Rebecca? It's late. What can I do for you?
I know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is a more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
Oh. Okay. I wonder what the favor is. Right, well, I'm gonna have to stop the stream here. It's been 4.5 hours and I do need to get to bed shortly. Because I do have a long... this has been the longest... I think the longest part yet. A single character's perspective. This has been going on for a while. But it's been fun. It's been all fun. Oh, I wonder if this room's ever going to get me visited at some point in the game. It's a cool looking room. Okay, well, thanks to all those who have been around the stream tonight. I will be continuing this tomorrow evening. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing this for the next couple of streams until I get an ending, and then I'll be finishing the project. I'm not gonna 100% the game. I'm just gonna get one ending. If I want to play the rest, I'll do it offline. But until we get an ending, I'm gonna keep going. So that's pretty much the plan for this week. I'm gonna keep playing this until it's done, and then after that, we're gonna be starting with the Mutt maps that I promised to do. So, yeah, thank you all those who have stuck around for tonight, and I will see you all tomorrow. Stay safe and have a good evening.